Summer break is over. It's officially done. My girlfriend went to the job an hour ago, and here I am. Apparently, I'm a bit bright, aren't I? Maybe it's just a screen. I am much darker. No, wrong. Much darker on the... Or am I? Maybe not. Is that too dark? Yeah, it's too dark. Maybe if I go like so. I don't know what this swoof is. It's a bit annoying, I'm not gonna lie. I need a haircut, but me and my girlfriend has a project going on, so I'm not gonna do a haircut at the moment. Anyway, I've been lazy. I've not been uploading anything that I could have during the summer break. And if you're wondering why the doors are suddenly open, it's because we're cat sitting again. My sister-in-law? Yes, my sister-in-law is... she and her family moved to a bigger apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment. It was newly renovated, and when we got there to help them move, the entire living space was water damaged. Like floorboards were warping and had released from the floor. So immediately we got suspicious, and it turned out that when they renovated and installed the bathroom, they had drilled a hole in the wall and into a pipe, and that pipe burst out a lot of water. So my sister-in-law and her family's apartment is damaged in the floor, and the apartment below them has water damage in the roof. Awesome. Or ceiling, I mean, not the roof. So, and that's not good. So now they are getting their entire apartment, their entirely new apartment, completely renovated, and they have to live out of a suitcase for up to 3 months with a 1-year-old. I do not envy that. Not one bit. Wrong way. Too much. Just right. So, let me just get rid of this. So, for the cat's sake, they've already lived here twice. They were allowed in again. So if I am itching, or if I am maybe got red eyes or something, you know why. It's because of the damn cats. But they are cute. They are very cute. We've secured that. We've made we've put up a net so that the cats can't escape from the balcony, but they can go out now. So yeah, we've become cat owners, and I'm allergic. So that's fun. It also appears that I put this recording or this live stream. I had it at 1 a.m. rather than 1 p.m. So Blaze, I'm sorry. Nothing was going on. Hey, Social Lust. I missed you too. I've missed streaming, but I've been hanging out with my girlfriend during her vacation, and I've been getting dogpiled, which I'm guessing you saw, by Shoeonhead and her fans on Twitter at least. I don't think I've seen that much on YouTube, which I'm a bit surprised by. But that's nice. That's nice. I mean, it's better than being. It's better than being dogpiled to be ignored, I guess. But I wanted the dogpile. I looked forward to the dogpile. My girlfriend's like, "Isn't she gonna dogpile you yet?" I don't know. Right, X. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna call it X. I've seen people, like, of course, the usual suspects. The Asian guy who pretends to be American. Gray. What's his damn name? The big Dom Lucra. Gray something. Not CGP Grey, of course not. He's a saint and shouldn't be tarnished. Anyway, the big conservative names. I've started seeing them using the X ASCII code, because the logo is just an ASCII code. It's nothing special with it. And I've seen them use that specific ASCII code when talking about formerly known as Twitter. People are writing ASCII code so that they make Elon Musk happy. That's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. That's like capitalizing Facebook so that Mark Zuckerberg doesn't take offense, you know? Ooh, no. Twitter is completely dead. It was nice knowing you. It was nice hanging out there. Had a lot of good times. Had a lot of bad times as well. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, it's the eulogy is writing itself at this moment. And honestly, you know what? This is one thing that I wanted to talk about. That happened starting of the break, pretty much. Where is it? There. I realized something. I noticed something while on Twitter. I noticed that I had a lot of bots interacting with me. I suspected I had a really deep bot interaction. And I wondered, I started prodding him. I started doing the Turing test. I'm like, is this a real person or isn't it? Is there thought behind the screen that I'm interacting with, or isn't there? And how can I know for sure? Well, it turns out after having done this like 4 times now, I think. After the first one, when I had the realization that I'm not actually talking to a human, just it became a lot easier to dismiss bots in general. So I've studied media in a university. Don't communications. Don't laugh at me, please. I know what I did, and I'm sorry. I'll try not to do it again. but I did. I studied communications. I haven't finished my education. I did my 3 years for a bachelor, which is what you should do, which is what you do in Sweden. It's only 3 years. That's sufficient. But I have some leftovers, so to say. My bachelor's paper, for example, is in dire need of being written. And I'm thinking, because the specific program that I studied was public relations, media, and international communications. So I'm thinking how to identify rage bots. And what a rage bot is, someone, or is an entity that is created, or acts rather. It's an entity that acts like as if it can't process new information. It refuses, most of the time, to give you direct answers. It only gives you something that you can react to emotionally. It doesn't like to be in the weeds of facts. And if it is in the weeds of facts, double checking those facts will lead you to discovering that in 99% of the cases, they are bullshitting. So here, I created a very long thread that I'm not going to read everything. This was a discussion on trans issues. And what you're seeing here is but a fraction of what we exchanged to each other. Every time you see, so here, 3 replies. It's going to be multiple from Amadeus, okay? Yep. 3 times from the same guy. And this is one, this didn't register for me at first. Because the bot, if the bot was who they said they were, they'd be able to, recognize Blair White. Maybe not recognize this guy, though. But he could Google him. He could reverse image search. But definitely recognize Blair White and then realize, probably a transgender boxer. But then it goes for this reply first. I believe this was the first reply. And then this reply. And then, no, this was the first reply. I'm sorry. This was the first reply. Man on left, woman on right. No. Wait. Did it actually? 6:10 p.m. 6:13 p.m. It did actually. That's interesting, actually. I didn't remember that. But it gave me this one first, and then, but you can see, just a minute later, it spits out this one, and a minute after that, it spits out, or 2 minutes after that, it spits out this one. So it's just searching trans on. So it did recognize Miss Blair White. That's interesting, actually. So it did do an image reverse search. But again, the point here wasn't actually. The point is the 3 replies to images specifically, because that led me to this one, where I am again getting multiple replies. We have 8:47 and 8:47, the same minute. Now that's suspicious, isn't it? All rage bots aren't this way. They don't post this much, this quickly. But it's easy when they do. It's easy, very, very easy to identify when they do. Not what I asked. If someone tells you he's a man, you think he could be trans, lol, lol. Yeah. And this, lol, lol, lol. That also ticked my... But the thing that really got me to realize was this post. So first... 9:21 p.m. Women are cartoons. Keep going. No, okay. 9:21. 9:21. So I don't know which one. I'm guessing. Oh, right, because it took so long. That's why. So 9:19 to 9:21. That's 2 minutes. That's longer than it usually took. But yeah, so cartoons and anime, lol, lol, lol. How am I not surprised? So this one was probably the first one. I had my suspicions here. And then women are cartoons. That's when the bot connected what the conversation was about to why these images are here. You know? And that's where everything started to unravel. So I wrote this entire thread just to illustrate how they are a bot. The funny thing is, when I first made this discovery, they never replied. The bot never came into my feed to reply to me. Ever. Whenever I replied to him, he'd it would respond within a minute often. But never when I wrote this elaborate expose of them, which I'm thankful for. I don't want bots swarming when I just tweet to the world, you know? That would be fucking annoying. And whenever, because I started a crusade against this bot. I've written multiple tweets to multiple people who reply to it. I go in once in a week and just copy paste a reply saying you're replying to a bot, you're replying to a bot, you're replying to a bot. The bot has started to reply to that. Someone, but they haven't blocked me, which I find very amusing, but someone has altered the code, or the bot has some AI that makes it generate a new response to that, perhaps. I'm not sure how the back end works of this bot, but the point of the bot isn't to be exposed, and that's why it won't target people. I'm thinking if we go to, you know what, we can go to the bot's reply page. If we go here, we go to replies. Because it's an old account. It's an old account. And it's 2021. It made anything. But all it does, here's the thing. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I could have sworn that I heard a cat meowing like it was in distress. But I didn't. You rallied the man against you rallied the men against the bot. Yes. Fight the fucking bots, please. I never had this type of bot interaction, or I didn't know I had this type of bot interaction before Elon Musk, just to be clear. I've had multiple of these bots at this point. Anyway, so Sweden or Christian Jew? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to. Okay, so usually most interactions from this bot, as you can see here, are replying to others. I'm sorry, I got the hiccups. Is replying to others reply to inflammatory tweets. So I'm thinking, my thinking behind how this bot operates is there's a human who instigates the fights. The bot will reply to everyone who replies to the account, but the initiating tweets is the human. That's my, and that gives the bot something to be trained on as well. So you can train the chat API to on the cadence and the what's it called, the fist of how you type. And then it will respond in kind. You know? That's how I would do it. So that's why you find like these tweets. And the dude behind the bot has some fucked up shit with Mehdi Hassan. It's funny how people like Bomani Jones and Mehdi Hassan will do an hour show in the Alabama incident, but wouldn't touch this story with a 10-foot pole. I wonder why. We can also, Frank Jr. from, and then 2. I mean, you can see here. And this is not all. This is so not everything. I know I've seen proof. I have documented proof that this account hides a lot of shit, which means it won't show up in the search reply or in the search box. Because the first thing I did when this dude started replying to me, or this bot, was to Google or search for I believe trans. You can see here June 28th. But if we, I believe that was the. Wait, don't I have it? No, that's for something else. Never mind. Let's. Yeah, he doesn't do that. These are all, they could all be valid criticism, you know? They could all be valid criticism. But they're not. Not even close. Because he, like I said, he hides his power levels. So, if we go... Oh, wait. Did that come up? No, it didn't. Like I said, he hides, or it hides its power levels. Because I Google. Let's just make sure. Let's make sure. Still not there. Still not there. So you can search for code words. So whoa. That's my bad. I should have figured. I'm sorry. You can search for code words that will like give you warning signs of this is an unhinged account or whatever. You can search for that all you want. The bot has already hidden it, so you won't find it. Which is so insidious. And then, so you have these things, which is, I believe, the human doing. Swedes are Christians too, and they actually like their country and look like women. What are you talking about? 9 out of 10 times, these people, these very, 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 very conservative people, always hate on Sweden for how woke we are. Unless, because we are filthy socialists, okay? We are filthy, filthy socialists here. We have free healthcare for now. We have free higher education, free primary education, not free, unfortunately, but highly subsidized preschool education even. Because we're fucking filthy, filthy socialists. Unless we beat the woke team. Because pink hair or something, I don't know. 2 minutes ago. It's happening live. Let's do. So this is a person, apparently. We have Eminem. Not sure what to call what they have. Let's make this nonsensical to really make the point. Your Eminem is showing the Epstein cloud atlas like nobody's business. That's nonsensical. That means nothing. Anyone who sees this will reply. Why am I having a fly in my eye? Anyone who sees this or reads this or gets this reply would go, huh? Let's see what happens. I don't know what's going to happen. It could be that I'm not getting any reply because the bot is going, I don't know how. It could be that I'm getting a lol, 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 lol. It's highly likely. Let's find out. The thing I'm getting at here is how do I say this? To identify, first of all, what gives me now, because I've just yesterday, okay, yeah, I have to show that. Did I get a reply? No. Just yesterday, I don't want to go in there with you. I'm sorry. I actually had one of those interactions again. So here, from this account, and they always they don't the bots don't like being called bots. If I'm getting called a bot, I'm at least doing a reply with lol. When they get called a bot, they don't reply at all. God, it's raining here. Sorry, you're just going in circles with these people. Let's see here, or these bots. This period doesn't say the mRNA vaccine itself is a genetic nanotechnology, blah blah, and they're like, yes it does, yes it does. You're just blind, yes it does. Here's more, and I'm going in there. I'm like, can you give me something that doesn't predate the vaccine, perhaps evidence, not speculation, perhaps? And they don't ever supply that evidence. You know, I'm asking for this proof of the viruses naturally weaken across a population. Remember, the quickest way to get the correct answer is to give a knowingly false answer, or to knowingly give a false answer. This very much is that. But I'm not giving them answer. I am asking them for it, and they do not provide it. And that's very suspicious. And they don't acknowledge that they're wrong either. Of course not. How could they? That's not their programming. Here they're talking about how people are less affected by a virus the longer it goes on. Yeah, because natural immunity builds over time unless the virus mutates. Of course. And that's not weakening of the virus, you know? So we're just going in circles, and that's like I'm asking them for evidence, and everything they're providing me. Oh, wait, where's that? Everything they're providing me is just a run around the bush. They never. Here it is, I think. Yeah, they're just giving me. So I'm asking for this, and what are they giving me? Previous COVID prevents Delta infections better. Previous COVID prevents Delta infection better than Pfizer shot. Not the same thing. T-cell response hold up against SARS-CoV-2 variant study finds. Not what I'm asking about. Having SARS-CoV-2 once confers much greater immunity than a vaccine. Again, not what I asked about. So that's how I'm like, let's do the Turing test here. And I pull out. I start by asking about specific details. And if they don't even acknowledge that detail, then they're obviously about. If they do acknowledge it, it doesn't prove anything. I have been proven wrong. I believe I've been proven wrong, at least. Not Maze Window, because they are also a bot. And then again, that's also just a few days ago. Here it is. Here we go. Mediasan, your god is a warlord. Let's see if I can do that better. Medi, here's Frank Amadeo Jr. Medi, your god is a rapier warlord PDF file. But you can't find that specific here, can ya? So that's that's fucking insidious. But that's not. I must have missed. Did I remove it? No, I think actually this is the one. I believe. I believe this was a false positive. You know. But that's bound to happen. I can't know without actually having a conversation with the person face to face. Soon I can't even have that over the computer. Voice won't do. Soon enough, video won't do. I'm gonna have to have a face to face, eyeballs to eyeballs conversation. Still no reply there. Anyway, so the thing I'm thinking about, the paper I'm thinking about writing here for my bachelor's degree to be finally finished after 10 years, is about identifying and handling of rage bots. And when I say rage bots, yes, they are maybe primarily programs, maybe, possibly. But I actually think a lot of conservatives are rage bots. Right? How many conservatives, when you have a conversation with them online, actually take in the information you're putting out? How often online have you found yourself just being angry at the idiocy, the retardedness of conservatives? Prime examples exist. We have Jackson motherfucking Hinkle, who I know we should all ignore him. What the fuck is this? That is such bad Photoshop. He is so fucking cringe. Oh, God, is he cringe. So everything this dude does is just repeat Kremlin propaganda. When you come with competing evidence, he just dismisses it. He doesn't say that's wrong because X, Y, Z. No, he just does the ad hominem. Oh, that's just Western propaganda. Ha, I won. You know, nothing enters. There's nothing apart from the Kremlin that can call him and say, change the fucking story, that will make him change the story. I know we've all said that Jackson Hinkle has nothing, and when I say all, I mean quietly, we've all agreed to this. Jackson Hinkle serves no purpose in arguing over because he's just a propagandist. Because he is a rage bot incarnate. He has no value to be debated with. You can't change his audience because his audience are fucking morons. They listen to him after all. However, there's been a development. There's been a disturbing development. Oh, I love this. Because they're at war, they can't, I don't know, relax during the summer. Oh, no. Oh, for heaven forbid. Of course. Where? How far back is that? Jackson Hinkle. Piers Morgan. Here, why don't we... My full Ukraine debate with Piers Morgan. Look for part 2. Mm-hmm.
Jackson Hinkle, a conservative.
This is why, unfortunately, we're going to have to start taking Jackson Hinkle seriously. It's not our choice. We didn't decide this. We didn't choose this. We've tried to ignore him. The Kremlin reach is just so goddamn large that he's getting on Piers Morgan. I don't know what this is. Piers Morgan something. Is this in Britain? Is this in America? I don't know where this. I just know that Piers Morgan, fairly popular guy actually, believe it or not. Fairly popular. So why don't we listen and see how big the damage actually is?
The commentator on YouTube.
Because I don't trust Piers Morgan to know shit.
With 260,000 subscribers, is a prominent voice in this pro-Putin community. He recently tweeted, Putin has God on his side in his quest to defeat NATO Satanists. So why is he saying all this? Well, let's ask him. Joining me now is the Putin fan, YouTuber Jackson Hinkle, and the Russian-British host of the Trigonometry podcast.
What happened? I pressed space and nothing happened. Can I?
The Trigonometry.
Okay. So if I go back here.
YouTuber Jackson Hinkle, and the Russian.
I love that they reduce Jackson Hinkle to Putin fanboy. I find that very a bit cathartic. That and he's smiling there, and I do believe this is a genuine smile. Like he's like, yeah, I'm a Putin fanboy. I'm the president of the Putin fan club. I'm 12. Like that's 12-year-old in a suit. Being a fanboy of a dictator, you know, it's lovely, it's beautiful.
British host of the Trigonometry podcast, Konstantin Kisin. Okay, well, welcome to both of you. Jackson, I don't get it. Vladimir Putin invaded illegally a democratic sovereign country, has wreaked total mayhem. He's killed innocent women, children. He's bombed maternity hospitals.
So Jackson is going to say, "Oh no, he didn't. It's a special military operation." That sought to rectify, not in these words, of course, because he's a moron, sought to rectify the criminal CIA-backed coup that we had, what was her name? Newland? Something Newland, on the phone admitting to. And Putin is a good guy who just wants to protect the Eastern European, like every propaganda point that we've heard 1,000 times before, and Piers Morgan is going to go, oh, you really think that? Like laugh at him. Yeah, sure, you just laugh at him. The other guy's going to go, whatever, and he's going to talk about something else probably. I don't know. Let's see.
He's been on a barbaric rampage. Why would you choose this moment to revere him?
I would choose this moment because most of what is said about Vladimir Putin in the mainstream press by talking heads like yourself is just factually not true, just like everything that people like you said about COVID. The fact of the matter is this. Oh,
damn. He's going right to right to the left here and right to the left. Just to circumvent the entire argument. Awesome.
War that everyone talks about that so-called started on February 24th, 2022, actually began in 2014.
Yes, when Putin invaded and occupied Crimea. Now we're getting back to getting to the talking points I talked about.
After the U.S. led a violent coup on the Ukrainian government that was democratically elected, when people, specifically ethnic Russians in the Donbass, decided that they didn't want a U.S.-installed puppet government filled with Nazis, they vocalized their opinions. And for that...
I forgot about the Nazis. Gotta throw in the Nazis.
They were met with violence and aggression by the Ukrainian government, who slaughtered them for 8 years. 15,000 people died in this fighting while Putin tried.
So let me just let me just give it to me. Where is that graph? Here we go. Here we go. Cannot get it? Why isn't... Why? Okay. Sure. Why not? So, here's the deaths that Jackson Hinkle is talking about. Russia invaded and occupied the Donbass and Luhansk region and the Crimea during 2014. That's when the war started. Ukraine have asked since then for more weapons to repel the Russian invaders. You know, they haven't. Here's the deaths when they invaded the same year and then the next year. And then you see here, oh, it's dying down. It's getting cold. It's getting stale. Now, what happened in 2022? Oh, this is more casualties. So every time... Wait, that's Ukrainian casualties. That's not what I wanted. I wanted Donbass only. Where is it? No. 2023. Global. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, so here, okay. So this is total. Now, I wonder what's the difference between these years and this year? What happened here? What happened here? Oh, Russia invaded. Weird. Weird how whenever Russians turn up, casualty just ensues. But it's never Russia's fault, okay? It's never their fault. It's always the people getting murdered faults.
Tried to achieve peace through the Minsk Accords and the Minsk II Accords, all of which ended up being rejected by the Ukrainian government at the behest of Germany.
No, they weren't. They were actually signed. Minsk Accords. Minsk Protocols, Synod follow-up memorandum, efficacy. After the follow-up memorandum, the Second Battle of Donetsk Airport broke out, and both parties continued to accuse each other of ceasefire violations. Now, of course, Hinkle is not gonna mention this. He's just gonna take the Russian side. I wonder why. Who is paying him? By January 2015, the Minsk Protocol ceasefire had completely collapsed following the separatist victory at Donetsk International Airport in defiance of the protocol. Then the Minsk II agreements. Though the fighting generally subsided after the ceasefire came to effect at 00 EET, Eastern something time? Eastern European time, of course. On 15 February, skirmishes and shelling continued in several parts of the conflict zone. Shelling and fighting at something, as DPR leader said that the ceasefire did not apply to that area. The separatists didn't like that the ceasefire applied there as well. Oh, I see. But it's the Ukrainians' fault. Remember that.
Germany and the United States. The Ukrainian government continued to push forward despite the fact that Putin wanted peace, and they said that they wanted to join NATO. They said they wanted to have nukes right on Russia's border.
They needed to show that, hey, it's not us. We're not frozen here. It's him. It's not us. That's what Russian broadband gives you, I guess.
And because of that, Putin stepped in and said, hey, look, we're going to stop the bloodshed. We're going to stop the NATO escalation. We're going to stop the risk of potentially this unfolding into a full-fledged nuclear war. And we're going to do what needs to be done. We're going to liberate the ethnic Russians in Ukraine. We're going to de-NATO-fy Ukraine, and we're going to de-Nazify Ukraine.
All right, I've given you a good chance to answer there. I've got to say, a lot of that I thought was a crock of crap. Genuine.
See, you're just wrong. How is he wrong?
The connection went down, so there's no conspiracy. We weren't trying to silence you. Look, I just find it odd. I mean, for argument's sake, when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait, did you feel that he was a peace-loving guy that we should be instinctively supporting? Or did you agree with American conservatives then that what should actually happen is Desert Storm and General Schwarzkopf should be leading the American charge to repel him? And if you felt the latter, why would you feel differently about someone like Putin doing this in Ukraine?
He's so Pierce. The worst argument you could have. Because guess what? He was a fucking Democrat back then. He's gonna say, "Oh no, I oppose the invasion. I don't think we should be isolationists. We shouldn't help other nations who are in distress." Now, I'm not read up enough on Desert Storm. I'll admit that, but I'd probably oppose it. Generally, I'd oppose it for the same reason I oppose supporting Israel, and for the same reason I support Ukraine in their fighting. For all the same reasons, probably.
Ukraine.
Well, I don't know if you know, Pierce. I'm only 23 years old, so I didn't have
no, we don't know because you look 40.
Fully fledged opinions on that at the time. But what I think is very interesting is for all the Western officials that are so outraged over what Putin is doing in Ukraine, why were they not outraged over what NATO did to Yugoslavia or what?
Save people from getting murdered? Yugoslavia is I'm sorry, unequivocal. That's a good thing, okay? I'm sorry.
NATO did to Libya, or what the United States did in Iraq. And
I oppose all of those. And if Piers Morgan was consistent, he'd do that as well.
Afghanistan or Syria. The United States drone operation program in Africa had a 95% civilian death rate. For everyone to be so up in arms over Putin liberating these ethnic Russians in Ukraine from Nazis, it is just, I have no...
Jackson, the trouble is, some of the stuff you said in your initial response is historically defensible. You can argue that from 2014 there's been this issue there. I get that. That's a perfectly reasonable thing.
You don't give him that, Pierce. Why would you give him that? Because tension, yeah, the tension has been there because Russia fucking invaded.
Thing to say. But when you say that Putin's only game here is to go and liberate the Ukrainians from Nazis, you just sound completely bonkers. Bonkers. Not to say there aren't some far-right people with Nazi tendencies in Ukraine. There are, as there are in many countries. But the idea this is a Nazi-run...
He could, I don't know, bring up Russian Nazis, perhaps?
...country, when the president is Jewish, never mind anything else, is laughably ridiculous.
Well, just because he's Jewish doesn't mean he's not sicking his Azov Nazi thugs on ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
You think a Jewish...
So he's sticking them on his own people? Because he is also ethnically Russian.
The president is going to be actively promoting Nazism. That's
correct.
Your position.
The ones with swastika tattoos and Hitler tattoos in Mariupol, for example.
You know what, Jackson?
But what I'll say, Pierce, one question.
See,
question.
It's just feigning outrage. You knew, if you had done a smidge of research, you'd known this and you'd be able to combat it, but you don't.
What I'll say is, if you're so outraged over the atrocities allegedly of Putin in Ukraine and all these Ukrainians that have been killed, and you tweet about it nonstop, why did you not tweet once about the atrocities that were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government from 2014 to 2022 against those ethnic Russians in the Donbass?
Well, yeah, Constantine.
Well, my family are actually largely ethnic.
We could probably explore this in
Oh, he just cuts this guy out?
more detail.
Okay. That's I need to know. What did that guy say? Piers Morgan. When was this from? July 26th.
Well, my next guest
Uncensored. Can we get a playlist?
TV is about you and your opinions.
What are we at? And this was July 26th, and we're on June 28th. That's too far.
Is about you. Is about.
No. July 12th. Oh, the female Andrew Tate. Oh my God, yes, I remember. Is this really just a YouTube stream now? That's what... Oh my God, he's just a YouTuber now. Okay. And he's getting how many views on these? 95K views? Okay. Was he before or after July 28th? Or 18th, I mean. Just a Edahim. Hearn. What? Where is Jackson Hinkle? Where is he? I want... I did see Pearl and her panic. Jackson Hinkle. Oh, this he cut out 4 minutes?
Welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored.
4 goddamn minutes. Let's see.
Putin's probably one of the most hated leaders in the world right now. So what happens when you invade illegally a sovereign nation with all your army to slaughter innocent people. But as well as opposing the West financial and military backing for Ukraine, a substantial nuclear conservative god on YouTuber, Jackson, from the Russian-British host invaded podcast, Konstantin Kissin. Okay, welcome to both of you. Jackson, I don't get it. Innocent moment.
Putin, like U-24, protected Nazi for 8 years. Courts. All government continued to his border, and because of that, Putin stepped in and said, "Hey, look, we're going to stop the bloodshed. We're going to stop the NATO escalation. We're going to stop the risk of potentially this unfolding into a full-fledged nuclear war, and we're going to do what needs to be done. We're going to liberate the ethnic."
I'll be right. Okay, it's just my buddy calling.
Russians in Ukraine. We're going to denatofy Ukraine, and we're going to
find this attitude completely. Give me a good chance to answer that.
It's the ethnic Russians in Ukraine. We're going to denatofy Ukraine, and we're going to denazify.
All right, I'll give you a good chance to answer that. I've got to say, a lot of that I thought was a crock of crap. But let me go to Konstantin Kiss.
So, oh god damn it! That's that. Oh damn! Did he? He didn't provide the counter arguments at all.
Konstantin, I find this attitude completely mind-blowing. There used to be a time when Americans in particular, particularly conservative Americans, when faced with a choice between a democratic sovereign country and a murderous Russian dictator invading them, they wouldn't even hesitate to support the
Pierce, have you heard of the CIA? They love their dictators. They love their fascists. They love their Nazis. They loved their Nazis so much that they supported them during the Cold War in Europe to counter communism. And when I say counter communism, I don't mean Soviet communism. I mean anything left of liberalism. Social democracy. I promise you, there's Olof Palme. I'm sure the CIA had a hand in it, even though I am very certain it was actually the South Africans who killed him. The CIA probably helped. They probably had intel. It's not a hard conspiracy to swallow, is it?
Ukrainians in this battle. What has happened that's turned people like this guy into Putin lovers who just think he's a man of peace?
Well, he did say that Putin stepped in to end the bloodshed, which I thought was interesting given what's been going on in Ukraine for the last year and a half. But actually, there's a history. I mean, first of all, isolationism is a policy that has had some support in America historically. In fact, 1939, 1940, there were people marching up and down Times Square saying, Hitler hasn't done anything to us. Let's have peace with Hitler. So Jackson is following in their footsteps there. But you were right in your introduction. This is a very online phenomenon. I was just in several conservative states in America, West Virginia, Utah. You go around, there's Ukraine flags on most of the houses there. So this is quite a fringe position. But I think Jackson actually alluded to some of the reasons. There is a growing movement of people who feel that they've been lied to by the mainstream media, quite rightly, by the way, particularly over things like COVID. And they've developed a sort of teenage oppositional defiance disorder where they now think that the truth is whatever is the opposite of what the mainstream is saying. And we've just heard a very good representation of that.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson, I get that you've got to... I don't think we've lost our connection with you, unfortunately, which will immediately lead people on social media to claim it's a conspiracy. And we've silenced him. That's not the case. We actually, as you saw, his head froze in mid-rant. We could hear his voice. Now we can't hear either, I think. So, Konstantin, just keep talking until we get Jackson back. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where this mindset takes them. I always say to conservatives who come up with this kind of stuff, well, what did you feel about the invasion of Kuwait by Saddam Hussein, the first one? Because they weren't part of NATO, Kuwait, and yet the Americans, along with the British, raced to throw Saddam Hussein out of there. And I get told, well, he didn't have nuclear weapons. Well, we thought he did actually have weapons of mass destruction. That whole period, it didn't stop us doing what was morally the right thing to do. And it's that weird moral maze that they've all got themselves into, where they're now defending the very person that historically conservatives would have railed against.
And a KGB colonel, of course, you remember that too. And it's interesting because one of the arguments people like Jackson make, it's a pity we've lost him because I'd love to have more of a debate. But one of the things they seem to think is that this guy is a representation of the Christian tradition, which is interesting because this is a man who's had several children out of wedlock with his mistress. And by the way, what's interesting is people like Jackson often talk about how under Vladimir Putin, Russia has become this great country. And by the way, Putin has stabilized Russia. There's no argument about that. But most of the elites in Russia have their children and their wives in Europe. This is interesting, isn't it? Because they claim that Russia is this great place under Vladimir Putin, yet all of those people place their families outside, which is tells you a lot about what they actually think about the country.
That's true. That's true. There's nothing Russians love more than to not be in Russia. If you're rich and Russian, you're not living in Russia if you don't have to, you know? That's not the place you want to be. It's not Party City.
So we've got Jackson back, I think. Jackson, genuinely, the connection went down, so there's no conspiracy. Did you feel this then? If you felt the latter, why would you feel different?
I did to live 95% civilian death rate. For everyone to be so...
Jackson, the trouble is, some of the stuff, get that, that's from Nazi. There are.
Is Azov not... The what is... In 2020,
Russians in Ukraine.
those ethnic Russians in the Donbass that were perpetrated by the Ukrainian government from 2014 to 2022 against those ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
Well, yeah, constantly.
Well, my family are actually largely ethnic Russians in Ukraine. The idea that there's a significant body of people in Ukraine who, by virtue of being ethnic Russians, support what Vladimir Putin is doing. It's complete hogwash, frankly. And lots of other points that have been made. I mean, you're right. There are some...
It's essentialization. That's all it is. It's racism. By any other word, it's racism. It is looking at someone's ethnicity and ascribing them political positions from that. It is disgusting.
Far-right elements in Ukraine as there are in America. The Azov battalion that Jackson's referring to was formed after Russia invaded in 2014. In the same way that if Mexico invaded the United States, there'd probably be some far-right people going out and fighting there. So he's got the whole thing backwards, which is not surprising.
You know what? We could probably explore this in more detail. I mean, Will Jackson, I've got no desire to censor you, to stop you having your views. You're entitled to them. I will challenge them. We ran out of time tonight, but I think we should do this again another time. You can have a platform here. We can talk about these things because a lot of people seem to agree with you, which I find baffling, but that's the reality. So thank you for joining Piers Morgan Uncensored tonight. Constantine, always good to see you.
So that Hinkle, and the whole reason we watched this, Hinkle is a rage bot. His behavior, his demeanor, the words that are coming out of his mouth, everything aligns with what I would describe as a rage bot. I find that very sad to be so incapable of processing new information that you are becoming like the bots. Now, so that's part of why I want to write this paper, because I think there is something here. There's a phenomena here, and we all remember remember the NPC TikTok thing. Ice cream so good. Jump jump. Ice cream so good. Jump jump. You know that thing. That's not. I respect that compared to what Jackson Hinkle is doing. Because that's training, that's consistency, that's delivery, that's there's a performance there at least. What Jackson Hinkle is doing is just falling back on the lowest hanging fruit, which is rage. Because it sells, it gives you money, it generates clicks. It's boring in the end, though. It's the same. It doesn't change. It's meaningless. And being meaningless, I think that's the worst thing I could say about someone, that they're meaningless. I mean, at least Hitler had meaning. I'll give Hitler that. He had meaning in his life. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna contact the university and ask them about me finishing my bachelor with this thesis. I love how Ethan dumpstered XQC. Fuck Hinkle the Wrinkle. You fuck Hinkle the Wrinkle? Not I, okay. Yeah, I saw the XQC dumpster fire of a debate, if you can call it that. it did not go well for XQC. But then again, I don't think XQC, like Ethan said, I don't think XQC actually cares. Dude's got 100 million in the bank from jerking off on screen. Fuck me. Give me that bag. I'll happily take that money. So there's been a how do you say, a development from my last stream. This is a video I reacted to, and I took a lot of things from during my last video I made about why the Sound of Freedom is actually QAnon fodder. It's been removed. I have to log in now. God damn it. No. Log in. God damn it. Here, it's a 2-hour conversation that YouTube removed because it violated YouTube's community guideline. Now, if you saw my latest video, because I didn't react to this entire video on stream, he don't care. Who don't care? Him? Of course he doesn't. Or Hinkle. Or XQC. I'm thinking XQC. How far behind are you? Oh, the watch. Yeah, you're talking about XQC. The watch. This is the most pathetic flex you can ever do. And don't forget, I got your whole house on my wrist. People have assumed it's the watch. I think it's the watch and this fucking emblazed jewelry. I don't know. Looks shit. Not gonna lie. Looks expensive. Looks new money expensive. That's the thing. That's when, before we talk about my vindication, the issue with people who are that rich and they just became it is that they have no taste. It's true. They have no taste. Because they see people with these expensive cars and they think, oh, that's what I have to do to prove that I'm rich. No. That's what you have to prove that you're new rich. That's what you have to prove when you can say, oh, I've just become this rich. Look at me. The first thing, if you... okay. Bit of a tangent. No Fed posting. No Fed posting, okay? Let's see, how do I word this? Okay, okay, we're gonna no.
Hi, I'm Trevor Moore. Did you know that it's illegal to say I want to kill the President of the United States of America? It's illegal. It's a...
Okay, we're not going to play more. But it is illegal to say you're going to kill the President of America. It is illegal. Of course, everyone knows it's illegal. You can't say you want to kill anyone. because that can. So I'm just doing a PSA here. That's what I'm saying. I'm doing a PSA. It is illegal to smuggle drugs. The one thing, and I want to express my my deep admiration for the fine people who of the TSA and equivalent agencies or people in other nations. I don't know what it's called in Sweden even, but airport security. I want to give my deepest admiration for airport security. You're doing a vital role that's preventing a lot of people from traveling comfortably. Okay, and that's a very important role. So what they are trained to do, because people are stupid, what these airport security people are trained to do is look at people's shoes. The first thing that most people who get money do, and I'm guilty of this, I know this myself, they buy new shoes. Every goddamn time. Because nothing says, oh, thank fucking God I got my payday, like a brand new pair of shoes. You know, when those 5-year-old worn out shoes get replaced, it's a bit uncomfortable in the beginning, but your dryer, your arch is supported, you finally have some money to splurge, and you're gonna do it on shoes first because that's very important for comfort. Who's Fed posting? I'm not Fed posting. I am so not Fed posting at all. On my stream, I had to explain to a MAGA weirdo what hate speech is. Oh, that's fun. That's fun. He found your stream while you're live? Oh, I wish someone would come into my stream and do that. God, I would have loved that. So anyway, a bit of a tangent. Because I didn't react to this video live, so during my stream, I missed this part.
Freedom. Love you all. Enjoy the show.
This is to all of the agents that are out there.
This is 1080. This is the best quality I can get because YouTube removed it. And I'm thinking it probably has something to do with this. This is probably not a unrelated reason.
That are very well aware of what's going on with the children, that know a lot, and that are scared from coming.
You know what I'm scared of? I'm scared of this guy. I wouldn't want to be in a room with this guy. Wait. To all the field agents that know what's happening, I urge you to come forward. And I can't be this mechanical, can I? Like, this is a gift, and the gift is called psychopathy.
That know a lot and that are scared from coming forward. You know,
why would they be scared of coming forward? Nothing has happened to the people that's come forward. Jim Caviezel, nothing has happened to you. Oh no, you're not getting the work you want. Oh no, what on earth should you do? You're a fucking psycho. You are endangering everyone on set. Nobody likes to work with you, from what I've read. That's why you're not getting jobs. Not because you're talking about this. There's no field agent that is scared of coming forward about this, because they know nothing's going to happen to them, because they know you're fucking psychotic.
I saw...
Well, I hope they know at least.
I did the Passion of the Christ when we had...
Wait.
When the movie,
what did you say there?
I did... I saw... I did the Passion of
the
Christ when the movie was over. two people that had committed murder came forward and turned themselves in. That was how powerful that film is. This one
one of the earliest known associations between the media and suicide arose from Goethe's novel Die Leiden des jungen Werthers, The Sorrows of Young Werther. Soon after its publication in 1774, young men began to mimic the main character by dressing in yellow pants and blue jackets. In the novel, Werther shoots himself with a pistol after he is rejected by the woman he loves. And shortly after its publication, there were reports of young men using the same method to kill themselves in acts of hopelessness. Now, I'm just showing that because... And two people come forward and admitting to a crime. Oh, fantastic. And that probably happens like weekly, but it's never, connected to the movies or a movie specifically, because why would you? But the Passion of the Christ, oh my God, it's the Passion of the Christ.
has the reverse. You watch it, you feel God's love and the power in this movie, Sound of Freedom, and it makes you unafraid.
He says this movie will make you understand QAnon. That is what he's explicitly saying in other words.
I was willing to come forward and speak truthfully on things like adrenochrome.
You've heard of people talking, you've heard from people that other people are doing these adrenochrome drugs. You've heard from other people about other people kidnapping kids and torturing them and terrifying them so that they can consume the adrenochromes, That's what you've done. You've talked about that. You're not the horse's mouth. You're not even a witness to the horse's mouth. You're a witness to a legend to the horse's mouth.
Organ harvesting, and was severely reprimanded by much of the media. And they claimed their fact checkers knew more, but they don't know like you guys know. I put you...
Who is he talking about, guys? Who is he talking to?
You up against them anytime.
Who is they? And remember, like I said earlier, he said...
Agents that are out there that are very well aware of what's going on with the children, that know a lot, and that are scared from coming forward. I saw... actually, I did...
So, first he said, I saw.
Passion of the Christ, and we had... When the movie was over...
Now, people, the brain, how it works, I don't think... Because he's a psychopath, okay? I don't need... to see medical... This is like looking at a broken leg, and I can go, it's broken. I can see the bone sticking out, and it's broken. And some people would go, you're not a doctor. You can't diagnose this guy. Look at me. I can, and I have. It's as obvious as a fucking broken bone sticking out of the leg, okay? That's how obvious he being a psychopath is, okay? So that's number one. And as a psychopath, their only goal is to manipulate you. They don't feel emotions the way we do. Okay, I have ADHD, like I've talked about endlessly because it's so new to me still. And I'm on more medications. I'm on more medications than ever. I have ADHD. My brain, my thought processes doesn't work the way neurotypicals do. People with who have autism, their thought processes doesn't work the way neurotypical people do. Even, you know what? I don't think they work the same way I do, even though we're both neurodivergent. I mean, even though we're both neurodivergent, I don't think our brain patterns or brain thoughts work the same way. Which is why me having ADHD is probably why I can stream. I've noticed that pattern in a lot of streamers. They all have ADHD. Okay. My point is, he is a psychopath. Just like I have different brain pattern than neurotypicals do, he has diverging emotional patterns, which leads him to only think in ways he can manipulate and gain power. He has already proclaimed that he is Jesus fucking H Christ, okay? So him taking a central, he is very central to QAnon in general at this point. There's no denying that he is connected within that circle. He has had interviews with Trump, for example. I mean, he is in the center. So when he fumbles his word there, when he says, I saw, I don't think that's a coincidence at all.
A lot, and that are scared from coming forward. You know, I
don't think this is a coincidence. I think he is trying to make you remember him saying, I saw, and then
actually I did the Passion of Christ, and we had, when the movie was over, 2 people that had committed murder came forward and turned themselves in. That was how powerful that film is. This one has the...
Because when you repeat this, you go, oh, no, he saw it. Or not you, perhaps. People will say, no, he saw it. He has witnessed this himself.
Verse, you watch it, you feel God's love, and the power in this movie sound of freedom.
That's
and it manipulation. Makes you afraid.
And to be clear, everyone does manipulation. I do manipulation. How I speak, how my cadence, what I do emphasis on, the way I carry myself, the way I, a large-headed, broad-shouldered, large, tall guy, do my facial expressions. Trust me, this is not my natural face. This is not how I would look if I weren't trying to manipulate you into liking me, okay? Trust me. This is me. I could do this entirely. And that's not psychopathy. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe I am. I haven't been diagnosed, and I don't think I am. I feel too much. Ask my girlfriend. I feel way too much. It's not that I'm unhappy. It's just that I have a bad case of resting bitch face, okay? A bad case. But so when I started doing stand-up, I did that for a few years. It was fun. I want to get back into it. We'll see what the future holds. But when I started doing that, I noticed something, right? I noticed that I couldn't say the same things that my 5-foot-tall friend who did stand-up comedy with me could. Like, he could go up and say the most vile shit ever, and everyone laughed, and ha ha ha, and I could word for word, cadence for cadence, repeat him and get nothing. I found that fascinating. When I stopped doing stand-up, and a year had passed, or maybe 2, I don't remember, I realized something. I am a very tall, very, very white, very cis male. I have privilege up the wazoo, okay? I am what everyone dreams of being. The only privilege I'm missing is economic privilege. I am from a working class background, even though in my not so distant family, we had some very, I don't know, not powerful per se, but connected, influential people. But that hasn't transferred to me. I'm from a way working class background. But I realized, okay, they can't see my working class background. They can see everything else. Because I don't dress like I don't go there with I don't go up on stage in overalls and with a weed in my mouth, you know. And back in my days, Alabama, I used to walk 5 miles just to get to the bus stop, and then I'd ride it for 15 minutes before I got to school. Okay, that's what we had to do. Darn kids. You know, I don't have that kind of background. You can't see, but my friend, my proper socialist friend, or communist, he's full-blooded. Him, you can see the class on. Okay, you see that class. Okay. My point is that he doesn't do that. When I went up on stage after or next time I'll go up on stage. This realization that I had that they can't see me, so they can't see my class, my non-class privilege. They can't see that I am below them in the totem pole. So what I've realized and what I've seen in other comedians now is they will fuck on themselves, especially the white males will shit on themselves so fucking much before they shit on anyone else. At first, they have to denigrate themselves to show to the audience that, hey, you are above me. Everything I'm talking about is above me. I am punching upwards here by denigrating myself. Okay. My point is, that type of manipulation happens in everyone. Like, that's a normal thing to have. That's normal human interaction. This, the monotone voice, the words of encouragement to take action is not.
It's them anytime.
This
and so
is psychopathic
burden
manipulation.
Was no longer burdened with any.
This is manipulation to get a specific goal. If I were to go up on stage and I were to utilize these methods of first denigrating myself, the goal I have there is for people to be able to relate to me. The goal, which is the normal human, neurotypical way of manipulating, the way that he manipulates, the way a psychopath manipulates, is to gain something, is to gain an advantage, is to make you do something. You see this with Charles Manson. That's why he's in prison. That's why he's so fucking dangerous. He manipulated people to kill others. Jim Caviezel. I'm not saying he's done that yet. I'm saying he wish he could.
Anymore. My career, I would never put in front of the children. And I just ask you to look in your heart, to go to the film Sound of Freedom, which is a phenomenal movie which represents you. And let that be your word against what these liars have done for a long, long time. Your word, which is from God, and to speak the truth to the American people. My prayers are with you. I love you guys. Thank you for all the help that you gave me.
Now, those words are words of action. Just to put a bow on this whole thing, what he said there is fucking psychotic. And it vindicates every fucking thing I said about the movie. Jim Caviezel, the star of the movie, first of all, like I said in the previous stream or in the previous video, he has gone around the country promoting QAnon alongside this movie. So that's already there. There's a strong connection. Here, he openly admits, you are the main star in this movie. You need to take action. You need to see this movie and you need to know what it means. You need to understand what it represents. You need to embody this movie. So if this movie is not QAnon propaganda, what is he saying? What is the point of what he said there? The propaganda isn't in the movie. The propaganda is leading people, or the movie's leading people towards the propaganda. Anyway, that's. Oh, I had to share my vindication. It's happened so much since I went on my why not? While we're at it, we're not gonna watch this, but or at least not now. I just wanna see here. Oh, here we go.
Hey everybody, welcome to a very special episode of the Tim Ballard Podcast. Here we are at one of the top golf club in the nation at Bedminster, here with the 45th President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump.
Thank
Mr.
you
President,
very much.
thank you.
Well, thank you
for being our guest.
We just saw a great movie and unbelievable. And Jim, you were really incredible.
Thank you.
And you in real life?
Oh. He has the pin on. He has the pin. We
Really
might actually watch this. I don't know.
Incredible. So I want to thank you on behalf of a lot of people. Fantastic job.
Thank you. What was your favorite scene of the film?
I think the start, the ending, and maybe the...
What's your favorite part of the Bible? Everything. The thing about peace. I like the start. The ending.
Result was what I liked. That was a great result. That was a hard-earned result, though. The two young children.
I haven't watched the movie.
You have thousands and hundreds of thousands out there. It's so sad to see.
Yeah.
But it was really something very special. It's been a great success, the movie, and now I see why.
Well, thank you so much.
Didn't Elon Musk say he would put it up on Twitter? I'm gonna, when it's on Twitter, I'm gonna watch it then. Okay.
So there's a scene in the film that at the southern border at the port of entry.
Yeah.
They filmed that scene when the van comes across and we get the little boy out of there. That's a very true story. They filmed on location at the Calexico, California East Port of Entry. And when they filmed this, we weren't struggling as we are today. It's almost like God waited for the right time to drop this because the whole film kicks off with kids being trafficked into the United States. What's your perspective on the border now and where it was?
A movie I did see, by the way, over my absence was You Were Never Really Here, which is about child trafficking, starring Joaquin Phoenix, or as Jordan Peterson liked to say, Joaquin Phoenix. For some reason, I don't know why he insists on calling Joaquin. I don't know. Anyway. I watched that fantastic movie. It's an intimate thriller with very little blood. It's implied violence more than anything, but it's really, really dark. It's really, I'd recommend watching it if you want to see a good movie that's not about this subject, that is not filled with weird people.
During your administration.
So as you know, the border was very successful, relatively speaking, at least. It was the most successful it's ever been It's incredibly bad right now. It's worse. You can magnify it times 10 or 12 times, they say. It's so sad to see what's happened. And that includes trafficking, it includes drugs, it includes everything. People coming in from all over the world, they're pouring into our country. They're coming from prisons, they're coming from mental institutions, they're terrorists. We have a terrible group of people running our country, and it's never been like this. The border's never been worse. You guys would understand that as well as I would.
The border used to be open. The border is worse because it's not open.
It's never been more open. And when you have open borders like that, you have trafficking at a level that you've never seen before. So much different than when you and I previously met, and very sad to see it's gone so bad. We'll turn it around, but it's really very terrible to see.
So when you were in charge of the border, I remember them saying that your policies were both racist, no compassion from President Trump on these foreign children. And I look today and I'm in awe because the only compassionate policy is enforcement. Yeah. These children, Jim, what you were telling me, you saw the testimony of Ms. Rodas, right, from Health and Human Services.
April 26th.
Yeah, tell us about that.
Well, she gave her testimony.
Whistleblower, right?
Oh, yeah. And, she submitted evidence as well. And the next day in the media, it wasn't even covered. Like it never happened. I think the media is responsible as well, is ignoring the south border. We don't have a country without a border.
Yeah. 85,000, Mr. President, 85,000 unaccompanied minors during the Joe Biden administration showed up and were released into the belly of the United States, which is the #1 consumer of child exploitation material in the world. No background checks. The kids are released to whoever. It's more difficult to adopt a cat from a shelter than it is to go get a kid out of Health and Human Services. How do we fix this when you're back in?
How do you enforce? This is boring if they're not going to talk about. Let's see if they talk about maybe some juicy things.
I can tell you that, and you people know that better than anybody. When you see what they've done in a short period of time to Budweiser, that tells you a little bit about some of the people that we're talking about, perhaps, what they did in borders.
How does it feel to have gone in and in 4 short years really rescued what could be millions of children? How does that feel? And the other question, how does it feel?
15 million. If you get the great marks and the great scores and everything else, you get into the college. You're not left behind for somebody else that doesn't have the same talent or work or whatever it may be. So that was a big decision, but we have had a lot of decisions over the last 2 months that have been amazing, including having to do with religious liberty, which I know affects you two very much. But the border itself is...
He's talking about abortion rights being, not an important subject for Democrats, apparently.
It's got to be strengthened. We're losing our country. I think you'll have maybe close to 15 million people over the last 2 years. 15 million. I think that's the real number. They say 2 million and 3 million and 4 million. I think it's going to be close to 15 million people having poured into our country.
Oh, yeah, yep. 15 million, perhaps.
We have no idea where they come from.
Between
we know where they come from, the southern border.
The overturning of Hobbs of Roe versus Wade and the Hobbs decision, which wouldn't have happened without your appointments.
Correct.
And with the border enforcement, which is we know has rescued countless children. I mean, how does it?
Not a single fucking child has been rescued. Well, okay, you know what? That's bad of me. Children have been rescued. But more children have been removed from their parents than have been rescued. There was one guy they bragged about, who was seized at the border because he forgot the kid's passport, and it turned out that he had gone back and forth a lot of times. Nobody had caught him because he had a passport for the kid. So they were like, you feel free to go through here, sir. Sure. But one time he didn't, and they caught him, and it turned out that the kids in the back seats were trafficked. But again, he had been there multiple times before that.
Feel to have gone in and in 4 short years really rescued what could be millions of children.
So this is, again, this is not QAnon propaganda. They're just praising, the creators of this movie are just praising President Trump for an ineffective and meaningless border wall that they claim save children, when by every account it puts children at more danger. Border security endanger kids. Who could have guessed? And border security, child assault, child sexual assault. Should I have read that out loud? Probably not. Sexual abuse. I believe I've read. Yeah, neglect and abuse of unaccompanied immigrant children by U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Didn't Tim Ballard work for the U.S. Border Protection? No, he was Homeland Security. But a subcategory of the Department of Homeland Security. Okay. So, and you know what? Agents of the state, fairly often they are not the best people, especially how long does it take to become a DHS agent training? No, how do I become a DHS agent? Anyone interested in becoming DHS will first undergo certain education requirements while also possessing a number of important skills to ensure that they are the right person for the job. Well, you might think that becoming a DHS agent is extremely difficult, which it should be. There are actually a number of simple steps you can take to better chance of starting a career in this area, blah, blah. Featured schools. For one, you'll need to complete a basic training or job as you're selected. The training is paid for, but takes place over a lengthy 22 weeks. That's lengthy for them. 22 weeks? What is there? 4, 8, 16, 20. That's 5.5 months. A 6-month program, that's nothing. And then you can make up to $100K a year. So yeah, a lot of these people have only had a 6 months education, and they are set to protect the border.
How does that feel? And the other question: how does it feel to have been indicted unfairly twice? Maybe a third time.
Could be fourth.
Probably for doing these things, right? I mean, I don't know why else they're doing it.
It could be that. I mean, it could.
See what they're doing? See what they're doing? Why? This is why they've indicted you. Because you're stopping child trafficking. That's why they're indicting you. Not because all of your associates that you've chosen have had strong connections to criminal activity. No. That's not it. Nah. That's not it. It's because of the child trafficking that you put a stop to, even though you put them in a place where they are more likely to be assaulted.
Could be a lot of things. It's look, we believe in borders. We believe in all of the things.
Notice, by the way, and then this is why you have to like Trump. Like, it's impossible not to. He doesn't bite. He doesn't go, "You're right. You're right, sports. You're so right. They wanna imprison me because I expose the child trafficking, even though I'm friends. I'm friends. We've always been friends with Epstein. Not that. No.
Things we've been discussing.
By the way, he didn't kill himself. There's no fucking way Epstein killed himself. There's also a statistically 0 chance probability. There's also a non-0 chance probability that Trump didn't have a hand in it, including the Clintons as well. I mean, it's if you want to talk connection and if you want to talk power, you have the Clintons and you have Trump during his presidency. Ring, ring. You know what? We're going to have to shut him up, don't we? Let me do a phone call. I know the head of staff there. I know the warden. No problems. You do that, Hillary, and I'll stick here and keep my hands clean, okay?
Tonight, and it's for a lot of reasons, but the people of the country get it, and we're leading by so
Oh, Bill Gates for sure. Who do you think funded the thing?
much. I mean, I've never had popularity like this because there's just a large group of people far.
But they absolutely put down the swords during that one meeting. I've seen Billions, the HBO series, season 1 of that show. Mwah, fucking fantastic. No, I didn't link that.
Far greater than 50%, I can tell you that.
By the way, the thing I was going to. That's why you have to like Trump, even though he absolutely, with a non-zero statistical probability, ordered the killing of Epstein. He didn't bite here. He didn't go, "You're right. They just murdered. They want to hang me because I want to stop the pedos." You know, he didn't go there because he knows it's bullshit.
That, and you people know that better than anybody. When you see what they've done in a short period of time to Budweiser, that tells you a little bit about some of the people that we're talking about, perhaps.
But he does connect it to the trans agenda, which, again, he doesn't give a damn about.
What they did, and
he grew up in New York. 70s, 80s New York? Come on. Dude got mad trans pussy.
Probably one of the worst
Tussie? Let's call it Tussie.
Uses of a company that anyone's ever seen. That had to be the dumbest commercial ever made, but I think they lost
No, it's the greatest.
hundreds of billions of dollars of value. It's the craziest thing. And the person that did it is going around.
Every conservative propagandist on Twitter who has freaked out over the trans commercials. First of all, they're just buying, or they're just getting free ads, millions of free ads. Whenever all you have to do at this point is send your product to a trans person, pay them a little, like a few $1,000, and you can ride that controversy for a year. But there's people who are spreading this controversy who go, "Oh, go woke, go broke," you know, all that shit. None of them are talking about Twitter value. What? What's this? 61.5 billion down to the lowest point was 26 billion. That's the Musk mark, you know? When did he buy it? Musk buy Twitter? When did that happen? April 14th, 2022. Did he prelude? When did he start talking about buying it? His first tweet on his personal Twitter in 2010, blah, 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 blah. In 2017, he responded to a tweet saying, "Buy Twitter." Musk replied, "How much is it?" 2017. Oh, it was down here. This is, by the way, the correct evaluation, probably, if that even. Musk began tweeting criticisms of Twitter and polling his followers. Days later, discussed the feature for social media on Twitter. Co-founder, board of directors. When did he saying hope Twitter could become open source and that he had unsuccessfully pushed for Musk induction into Twitter's board a year earlier? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Began purchasing Twitter stock January 31st. Or 2022. January 2022. So around here, he started purchasing. And he was forced into buying it October. No, April 14th, 2022. And it ended in October. So April, the evaluation goes skyrocketing while Elon starts purchasing. And then people sell it because they realize, oh no, Musk is a horrible idea for this. Until it lands back here when he ends his acquisition. And that's when it goes off here. But the value of Twitter is now at an abysmal 6.6 million. Yeah, I'll get to Dom Lucra.
And now complaining about
It's gonna be this whole thing is gonna be like 2-hour video at this
they
point.
didn't treat her well.
But the point with the Musk thing, they complain all day long about Budweiser losing market value. Value. No. Budweiser stock. Oh, Anheuser-Busch, of course. Of course. That's why. And if we go for let's go 5 years. It's been going up and down for, is that March 2020? I believe so. It must be March 2020. It's over that evaluation. So it's going up and down. But they harp on this from 66 to 50. That's like 10, maybe it's from here. Like it's a 10-point drop. It's nothing compared to Twitter. And they're, oh my God, but Elon Musk, he's a genius. But Anheuser-Busch, no, those idiots. They going this with trans people. They must be PDF files as well, you know.
They didn't treat her well, or him well, or her well. I'm not sure exactly how to define it.
You know, because you grew up in New York, you little weasel.
And it's incredible. No, there's a great group of people in this country, a vast, vast majority that understand what you're about, understand what you did is so great, and that's why your movie is such a big success. It's an incredible movie. It's really, I mean, everything's entertainment. This is much more than entertainment. This is knowledge that can lead to something very important, because it is bad out there. It's nasty out there when you think. I'm watching some of those scenes in the movie, and I don't know, I probably, you would know better than anybody. Do they capture them? Is it actually worse in real life?
You see, he is connecting this.
Or is it, this is much more than entertainment. This is
much more than entertainment. That can lead to
something very important.
This is a very important message. You need to watch this movie. It's not propaganda, but you need to watch this movie. If you don't watch this movie, do you want kids to be exploited? Do you want kids to be trafficked? You need to watch this movie. It's a very important movie. It has a very important message, but it's not propaganda. We're not trying to make you think something that we want you to think. No, but it's a very important movie that you have to watch.
Important, because it is bad out there. It's nasty out there. When you think, I'm watching some of those scenes in the movie, and I don't know, I probably, you would know better than anybody. Do they capture them? Is it actually worse in real life?
I by the way, I love, look at Jim Caviezel here doing this. Oh, look at his face. He is not happy.
I'm watching some of those scenes in the movie, and I don't know, I probably...
When do I get to speak? Why do I not get to speak here? I want to speak.
You would know better than anybody. Do they capture them? Is it actually worse in real life? Or is it actually better in real life? It's probably as bad as it looks. It's probably even worse.
It's as bad or worse, I can promise that. Everything you see happen to those kids in that movie happened to those kids who they depict in that.
There are a lot of people who have come forward to say, Tim Ballard is full of shit.
movie. So do you think these indictments have hurt you at all? Because it seems like every time it happens, your numbers go up.
Okay, they're not just going to talk about the indictments. What's this then?
He's also the producer of Sound of Freedom.
Just about what's happening in our country right now. Our country's going to hell, and we have to stop it. They have a lot of bad ideas going, not only on the border, not only in terms of trafficking, which is a big deal, but in just about every other thing they're doing. Their ideas are bad, their policy is bad.
I want to bring in a special guest as we close out here because we have a unique opportunity. I think we might have in this room right now the next president of the United States and the next president of Mexico. It might be in this room. Eduardo Verástegui, who's also the producer of Sound of Freedom, is contemplating a run. Come up here, Bruno. I want to know.
What? This was a bit unexpected, actually.
Hermano.
I want to know what you two, if you, in 2024, if you both win this, assuming you make the decision to run and win, what
he's running.
What will you do for America and Mexico? We've talked a lot about the board. There's a lot of issues we share in common. What would you do? And what would you do, and what would you want to work with President Trump?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you.
Is he gonna offer for Mexico to repay the border wall?
Mr. President, for opening the door of your house to screen the movie Sound of Freedom.
Thank you.
We're very grateful to you. We're very grateful for everything you have done for life. You are the most amazing leader around the world, leading by example, defending life, human life.
Thank you.
I'm not a politician, I'm an outsider, but you inspire me to at least think about running for president. I'm still thinking about it, I'm praying about it. I'm asking the people of Mexico to pray for me. I'm fasting and praying because I want to do God's will. But if the answer is yes, you will know very soon. But if the answer is yes, together we're stronger. Mm-hmm. We're not just neighbors, we're brothers and sisters.
What the fuck? So, the president, a potential presidential candidate for Mexico is going to be a QAnon crank? Like, again, is he going to offer to pay for the wall, though? I'm still waiting for that.
When the good people of Mexico and the good people of America meet, Sound of Freedom happens. We save lives. When the bad people of Mexico and the bad people of America meet, child trafficking happens. Drugs, cartels, cancer, death, the culture of death. We represent the culture of life.
Oh, he so wants that endorsement. He's desperate for it.
Together, we can win. Let's make America and Mexico great together. Let's make America and Mexico free again.
Eduardo, for the last question, I want to let you ask. Hypothetically, if you were president right now and you're looking at the president-elect in 2024, what's the question you would ask?
Are they doing like the child UN?
President Trump, your neighbor president.
What? I've heard a phone ringing in the background. Have you heard that? If I watch your ear at this point, I'm raising the volume. But listen, you can hear. I think you have also heard it. Okay, I don't have to raise it. Did you hear, Social, what the name they just said was? Let's listen again, unless other people maybe didn't catch it.
President Trump, your neighbor president.
That's the phone. I think they're saying it's Mel Gibson.
Hypothetically, if you were president right now and you're looking at the president-elect in 2024, what's the question you would ask? President Trump, your neighbor president.
It's Mel Gibson. That's what I'm hearing. So Mel Gibson is calling probably Jim Caviezel because they're making him the next movie together during an interview with Trump. Did he know? Did he know?
How can we end child trafficking?
Not how do we pay for your wall?
And how can we end?
Oh, he's not doing the, I'm sorry, I did the wrong hand gesture. He didn't go this like Bill Clinton. He's going this. Because remember, pointing as a politician is seen as something ugly. If you're doing it with the whole hand, you're being seen as authoritarian. If you're doing it with the one finger, you're seen as nagging. But we all remember the greatest politician, Bernie Sanders. He wasn't afraid to point with his finger. This dude, this coward, he's afraid. He's doing a circle. Like, is he doing the circle game? Is that what he's doing? How I made you look?
Drugs. Because there's a demand, there's a supply. How can we kill the demand and the supply together?
You want to kill the supply of trafficked children? Bruh.
So we make up the southern border. And when we close that southern border, that's the number one place in terms of drugs and in terms of child trafficking.
Notice that the not politician who's not running for president asked, how can we together work on this? And Trump's immediate response is, oh, we're going to close the border. It's going to be closed off, so nothing's going to flow in. You do you, okay?
And if we work together with Mexico, as I've been working with Mexico, I worked with Mexico, but now there's no real relationship to what's happening with trafficking or drugs. But if we work together, we'll create a border that will make it very, very difficult for anybody in terms of trafficking, drugs.
Okay. Number of border arrests graph. Oh, look here. No, 2020. That's wrong. 2020. I want to go beyond 2020. I know there's a graph. Office of field of total encounters. Here we go. Total encounters. So anytime U.S. Border Patrols encounter anything, be a person, I'm guessing, be it any damage to the structure, be whatever, be it someone without a passport trying to cross the border, I'm guessing. Any of those that they catch or see. 200, closing on 300, 200, closing on 300, 507, closing on 800,000 encounters. Biden is better than Trump when it comes to the border, if we measure it the way Republicans want to measure it. To me, this is horrific numbers. I hate these numbers. But if Republicans were honest, they'd praise the living shit out of that. And the last thing, because they are such Twitter cocksuckers, brown nosers. This is Dom Lucre, a breaker of narratives. Someone watched too much Game of Thrones. There's been a lot of exposés about Dom Lucre. There's no, this is not it. That's it. This Vatnik soup is quite good, if you ask me. Bragging about fake watches, praising Russia and China, spreading lies about the beloved Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks has done nothing wrong, might I add. He is vile as vile can get. What is it? Breaking QAnon conspiracy debunked. He also shared a slideshow that was supposed to be proof that Ukraine is infested with Nazis. Too bad most of the images were from Russia. Yeah, this is not uncommon of them to do. They love to use their own people as, proof that others are racist. Russians, I mean, then do that. But he is like full on MAGA. He's getting that bread. He's getting that bag. Recently, though, he got suspended. And I'm not the first to report on this. Oh my God, is that the shirt? That's the most disgusting. Yeah. Design is my passion too. That's the type of. Ooh. Oh yeah. Hey, here we go. What's those flags there? What are those flags? Oh, they're Russian flags. Strange. But recently he got suspended because he posted something that you shouldn't post, and that there's no reason to post. Twitter unbans conspiracy theorists who posted child exploitation pictures. Basically, he showed pictures of kids from a movie, naked kids from a movie, which the creator of said movie has gone to lifelong prison sentence over. And he posted it for some reason to make a point. And then Twitter's like, on Wednesday morning, Twitter recently rebranded by Musk as X, banned Lucre as right-wing conspiracy theorists. No. They said, never mind. Here. I'm told that this account was suspended for posting child exploitation pictures associated with the criminal conviction of an Australian man in the Philippines. Musk tweeted, posting a link to the story on the subject. Only people on our child sexual exploitation team have seen those pictures. For now, we will delete those posts and reinstate the account. So the dude, and I'm hoping there's an FBI file on this dude at the moment. The dude have posted child sexual exploitation images, and he gets a slap on the wrist. That's it. I call someone a retard, and I get suspended for a week. There are different standards for certain people here, and I can't help to notice that they get away with criminal behavior. Like, this isn't a Twitter rule. This is law. Where is the FBI on this? Are they investigating him? How did he get hand of these images? Did he hand them over to FBI before deleting them? Why, if he did so, why did he upload them to his computer? Had I seen those images, because it's bullshit that only the CSE team on Twitter, which must completely defund it probably, or more or less, I mean. It's complete bullshit that it's only them that have seen it. Absolute bullshit. There's no way. People reported it probably, and that's how they saw it. And if it had come up in my feed, and I'm not even, I'm not subscribed to him even. But had that come up in my feed, I would have made a phone call to the police and said, hey, you know that company that formerly known as X, or as Twitter, now known as X? I have a complaint. It is serving me things I don't want to see, and I don't think I should have access to. Can you do something? I'm glad I didn't see those images, but I would have loved to have that opportunity. Put the weight of the state behind such a thing. We've seen that. I have bad news. I still don't have a reply. Have they replied to anyone? Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Which is interesting, right? No, and they replying with the same tired old. Like that. Okay, so that's the rage at this point. Oh, a homophobe who went to Epstein Island? No thanks. I don't think Eminem went to Epstein's Island. I don't think it happened. I could be wrong, but I don't think it happened. But if it did happen, I don't like that. I oppose that. But it didn't happen. Why can't I find? Because I don't need to find it. Because there it is. Okay. I am going. We can do that. Or we can do that. We're going to do a double feature of Jimmy motherfucking Dore. Okay? It's going to be fun. First of all, Ukraine disappears U.S. journalist for criticizing Zelensky. Misspelling Zelensky. That's how you know. That's how you know it's not propaganda.
So this says Chilean journalist arrested, but I'm pretty sure he's American also. Gonzalo Lira.
Coach Red Pill.
So they arrested him in Ukraine.
Right.
So this guy.
And you heard the name they said there, Coached Red Pill. Coached Red Pilled. Is it Coach Red Pilled? Like this guy. Like he posted a year ago and nothing else since. No, okay. Can I get a Twitter? Here we go. Here we go. This dude is just really? That's August 1st. Right now, I am heading to blah blah blah. He's trying to flee to Hungary, but he hasn't posted since. So I'm guessing he didn't make it. Ha! Get fucked. Gonzalo Lira. Let's just go. Concerning everyone in the Kremlin's paid influencer program, crying about Gonzalo Lira, This guy's not a journalist. Gonzalo is a failed pickup artist. Oh, right. I remember. That's why he's Coach Red Pill. Right. Who for a decade preached hatred towards women under a guru name Coach Red Pill.
I'm lucky enough to get fan letters. Attention whores. Yeah, the woman is like a fucking black hole. They're not going to come to a guy like me because they can smell from a mile away that I'm...
He has 1, 2, 3, 4 with the camera currently filming him. That's fucking weird.
I'm not going to put up with their shit. See? And what happens is that, see, the woman is like a fucking black hole in terms of his emotions, his money, his time, his attention, everything. She just sucks it all away.
No, that's the guy. That's the journalist. That's the journalist, of course. Let's see here. Whatever. He's just a propagandist. That's all you have to know. He's not a journalist by any stretch of imagination.
Security Service of Ukraine on Friday confirmed the arrest of Gonzalo Lira, a Chilean national living in Kharkov. He's an American.
He's not an American citizen?
He's an American citizen, suspecting him of pro-Russian...
Does he have a wiki? Yes, he does. And he doesn't have an English even. Oh, okay. Education, Dartmouth and St. George. Familia, nationalitet, Chilean. What is this? Chilean and United States. Estadounidense. Okay, so that's American. So he's both.
Sympathies. Lira has been previously detained in April 22.
But I can understand why people not familiar with him would assume he's just a Chilean national, considering his name, you know.
But was released. According to the Ukrainian goons, they said that Lira publicly justified the armed aggression of Russia. He denied or glorified alleged Russian war crimes and engaged in discrediting the top military and political leadership and the defense forces of our state.
Yeah, that's if they approve of that, which they absolutely do. Yeah, of course he's going to be arrested in a country currently at war with the people he's praising. You're seen as a agent of an enemy state, as kind of frowned upon in countries currently at war with enemy states, you know? A little bit, at least.
In other words, he was using words to criticize a government.
Mm-hmm.
And so for that, they're putting him in jail.
Well, Ukraine's a great democracy, and this is another example of it. And of course, we should hope that they prevail.
So he did a little Twitter thread.
Correct. I don't know what the laughter is about. I don't know.
He said, right now I'm about to try to get out of Ukraine and seek a political asylum in Hungary. Either I'll cross the border and make it to safety, or I'll be disappeared by the Kiev regime. I think this is what happened.
Let's all hope. Let's all hope. If he got to Hungary, there's no fucking chance that he wouldn't flee to Russia, you know? There's no chance.
This is what happened to me so he's going to tell you what happened to you over the past 3 months. On May 1st, he was arrested for his YouTube videos. The photos of my arrest are pretty funny. Morning bed head made me look like a character out of Dr. Seuss. My crime was making videos critical of the West and their proxy regime in Kiev and how they are destroying Ukraine.
Why did you have to go to Ukraine to make those videos?
My indictment explicitly states that all I did was discuss publicly known facts about the war, the epitome of free speech in a democracy. But Zelensky's Ukraine is no democracy. It's a thieving, corrupt, murderous gangster regime pretending to be a polite Western democracy. So
if Russia invaded the US and Dor decided to speak on behalf of the Russians, support them publicly, express that people should donate money to the Russian war effort, donate clothes, war supplies, to them. If they did that, or if he did that, he'd be arrested. Because it's martial law, you fucking moron. What do you expect? People to that's the Russian supporter. Never mind him. He is A-OK to walk around freely and report back on two Russians where we are dining, where we are living, what targets are good for them, No, of course not. You're going to be sent to prison. Maybe you'll be released once the war is over. You're going to have to pray it's a short one.
When people always love to say Putin's a gangster, Zelensky and the Ukrainians are the biggest gangsters in the world. Okay.
I mean, underneath us.
Underneath us.
I mean, that also describes us, how to describe
us.
them.
Yes. We're the gangster. Anyway, once arrested, I was given...
Okay, just to preempt any remarks about, he agrees with you about the U.S. will also arrest. Any functioning democracy that wants to protect itself would arrest you while they're invaded and you are supporting the invader. They will arrest you if they know what's good for you. Or for society, that is.
Documentation assuring me that I was guaranteed the right to contact my lawyers and loved ones as well as post bail. In fact, I was blocked from calling anyone, even my lawyers, and I was not permitted to post bail, though I had the cash to do so. Once inside CISO prison, I was tortured.
Post bail in Ukraine. Does Ukraine in jails allow post bail? Since 1988, the Harvard Human Rights Journal has provided a forum for a diverse array of human scholars, authorities, blah, blah. Bail? Ukraine? Why did I... Bail reform in Ukraine. Where's the bail reform? Reform? Nothing. Worthless. Information for U.S. citizens arrested in Ukraine. While in Ukraine, citizens are subject to Ukrainian laws. What? And the Ukrainian judicial system, which differ from those in the United States. U.S. citizens can be sued, fined, or sentenced in Ukrainian courts. The Ukrainian government takes its laws and regulations seriously, perhaps even more so when a foreigner is involved. A U.S. citizen or national is entitled to claim consular protection board abroad, regardless of evidence of guilt, the nature of the alleged crime, or the status of the citizen. Actions of... Okay, blah, blah. Can we just... bail. If the detainee is charged with a crime, a judge determined whether the person is remanded into custody, released on bail, released into someone else's custody, or released on self-recognize with or without condition. Okay, so they have a bail system. I wasn't certain that they even had a bail system, though I don't trust him. Probably the judge didn't set a bail at all. He didn't allow a bail. I doubt he was tortured. If he is, don't pictures and post. You had ability to post. If you were tortured, I'm guessing you were. Can you give us detail on how you were tortured? Maybe they're coming. Give us details. If it was physical, there should be marks on you at least. You know, stuff like that.
In 2 of the 4 cells I was in by other prisoners. Guards never beat prisoners. They outsource torture to other prisoners. One prisoner actually apologized to me, telling me he had no choice. He wasn't lying, and I understood. I got a cracked rib in my first cell, but it wasn't too bad. The worst stretch was in my 4th cell, from 1 p.m. on June 21st until 7 p.m.
I don't doubt that. I'm guessing maybe the prisoner, if they did do that, which I have no reason to doubt that specifically. If they did, they were probably of Russian descent, and were proving themselves to the others that, hey, you know what? This Russia lover, I'm not with him. I don't support the war. I have to prove that I don't by punching this guy that obviously do, you know, something like that. I some initiation part. I'm guessing. Is it possible the guards put him up to it? It's possible, but I don't think he has evidence of this. Where's if you had cracked rib, you should have. There should be a medical record for that.
And the next day, for 30 hours, I was beaten and sleep deprived. My arms twisted the wrong way around at the shoulders and generally beaten pretty bad. This is the government that you are supporting with your...
This is a government that since its formation has been under war. They have not been able to focus on these kinds of reforms that come from the old school. This is the... So, okay, let's say everything he said here is correct. Let's assume he is not lying. He's not a lying piece of shit. Everything he said there is 100% true. Sure, I can imagine that. Because they used to be a fucking Soviet Union state. They used to be ruled by a puppet to Putin. Who do you think implemented this type of system, this type of culture? Zelensky and his predecessor, Yanukovych, no, that's the guy who fled. Whatever. His predecessor, they've been at war since day fucking one. They are now talking during this war effort. Now that they are starting to repel Russians, they're starting to talk about marriage reforms for the LGBTQIA people. Awesome! They're starting to talk about a new culture, a more Western, more democratic culture. We can see how Russia treats its prisoners, especially its political prisoners. We know that they are not treated well there at all. We know that. And because Ukraine is trying to make themselves better, everything that Russia has tainted Ukraine with is being used against Ukraine. It is disgusting and fucking frustrating.
Your tax dollars and your stupid Ukraine flags in your Twitter bios.
But he's a guy that's a jerk and I don't like him, so it's okay, isn't it?
Yeah. That's okay, I guess.
Because he's an idiot, by the way. For like, I don't know if you know the story.
There's some things about Gonzara.
And that's justifies...
Everybody's flawed. It doesn't matter how flawed you are.
No, that's a justification.
What? I'm not comparing him. I'm doing what Godwin's law here, but even Hitler was flawed. But did he not deserve whatever end came to him and should have come to him?
Taking away his rights. I've believed that ever since that day of 9/11.
He says, my trial is on Wednesday, August 2nd, and I've already been told I will be found guilty.
Yeah. prison labor camp. Yeah.
Sentence will be 5 to 8 years in a prison labor camp. Wait, there's more to the story. But here's the thing. The conditions of my bail are that I have to wear an electronic monitor, surrender my passports, and not leave the city of Kharkiv, much less the country.
Sounds reasonable. A foreigner supports our invader. Yeah, I'm going to make sure you don't leave the country while we are waiting for your trial.
However, after he posted bail, they didn't give him an ankle monitor and they gave him his passports.
Were they gonna hunt
Why
him
do you
for
think
sport?
they did this?
Why?
Because they
So
wanted him to try to make a break for it, so then they can throw him in a frickin' prison labor camp and say he's a real criminal because he tried to leave the country. That's why they did this.
Oh, it is on.
Wait. So he paid for bail. He got out with his passport, without an ankle monitor. But the judge told him he couldn't leave. So that's why he has to leave?
Hunting him for sport. Okay.
Later, at the SBU's offices, they returned other documents they had confiscated. My driver's license and my motorcycle registration. Go ahead, here's your motorcycle. We're not. In CISO, I told an inmate how last year I'd been detained, released, but told not to leave Ukraine. He laughed. They were telling you to leave.
Right.
This time it looks like the same thing is happening. They're telling me not to leave, but leaving the door open. Or so I hope. Or maybe I'm being set up by them so that's exactly. So they can put me away in a labor camp so no one will ever know about their sordid extortion scheme.
Oh yeah, because there's a lack of Russian propagandists, you know. Of course. We don't have. They're not dime dozen that can just spread Russian propaganda, you know. Yeah. Censoring Gonzalo Lira. That's gonna plug a hole in that conspiracy.
I simply don't know, so I decided to die trying. I rode my motorcycle across Ukraine, 1,400 kilometers in 2 days. I'm going to Hungary to ask for political asylum. When I failed to show up in court in Kharkiv, is that how you say it? Kharkiv? An arrest warrant will be issued, likely on an international warrant. I'm posting this thread just as I'm getting to the border checkpoint. I'm also posting videos on the 2 channels I have access to. If you don't want to hear from me in the next 12 hours, well, I'm on my way to a labor camp. Wish me luck. Well, we haven't heard from.
He's gonna serve most of his sentencing in America. Come on.
Here's a video he did post.
I will be sent to a prison labor camp come my court date. That's inevitable. Okay? And there won't be any suspended sentence and there won't be any mercy, all because of my YouTube videos. I mean, I want to emphasize this, you know. In the indictment, if you read it, you will see that the prosecutor himself says that I committed no crime against any person or property.
Yeah. And? And it's martial law.
And that my crimes are literally speech crimes, saying things that the government doesn't like. Huh?
Again, the whitest kids you know. It's illegal to tell someone to kill the president. Did you know that? It's actually highly illegal to tell someone to kill the president. Did you know that? My speech, my precious speech. How can you... Oh, this is thought crimes. No. We are putting a stop to something before it happens. Yeah, you can clarify that. Yeah, free speech is criminal. No, fuck you. Instigation is criminalized. Don't instigate. Don't support the invading army of orcs. You fucking moron.
Ukraine is supposed to be this big democracy. Mm-hmm.
What? They always overrepresent the hand we NAFO and Ukraine supporters have. Like, I don't think Ukraine is a glowing democracy on a hill, the beacon that the earth looks up to. No. No, not even close to that. Ukraine is an emerging democracy. It is in its infancy. And if we're going to look for a light in the shadows of the whole invasion, I would say it's Russia's invasion of Ukraine have led them to hasten their move towards more democracy, towards a liberal society. It has hastened the process. Because previously, you can still have some conversation about it. You can still be speaking Russian. You can still be, you still celebrated Christmas on, what is it, Oh, cat ate. That's Stian. Hello, Stian. He's not the most social cat. None of them are. So the light in the tunnel is, previously you could be Russian, you could have a Russian identity in Ukraine, and it was perfectly normal. The same goes for the Baltic states, by the way, which they are also now dealing with and trying to rectify, because Russia is such a strong cultural influence over them, which they don't like because it leads to separation, it leads to conflict. So thankfully for this war, the one thing we can say about it is Ukraine will rebuild it in itself from the ground up, probably. I am talking, we have a good word for this in Swedish, which I try to translate it into English, but I can't. Landsfader. It's a national father. Think of the founding fathers, but they are. But we don't. I mean, Zelensky wouldn't be a founding father because he didn't found Ukraine. It's an old country, but he would become a national father. And he will become that. He will be seen. He will be read about for the ages in Ukraine. As long as there's a Ukrainian nation, as long as there's a Ukrainian identity, the name Vladimir Zelensky will be heard from those mouths. Undoubtedly. That's the kind of impact I foresee him to have. Because after this war, I don't think he wants to continue to be present afterwards. He might want to have like one term without a war to, get the ball rolling. But after that, I think he's going to retire, and he well deservedly so. But in his role as, first of all, just getting the ball rolling on the new Ukraine and post-presidency, post-victory role, he's going to have he's going to be more of a, I think, cultural influence. He's going to do a lot of interviews, write books, do tours, speak, do lobbying for his his vision of a new Ukraine, stuff like that. And I think he's going to have a lot of success in that. Here comes the cat again. Maybe you'll see him. Is that this screen? There we go. Oh, you missed him. Anyway, where were I going with it? Oh yeah. So I don't think Ukraine right now, in any way, shape, or form, is close to the democracy that these guys are talking about it as we believe it to be. No. Not even close. But it's moving there. Russia is moving the opposite direction. Russia wants to drag Ukraine with it, and these guys can't wait for that.
That it wants to join the European Union and because it has European values, European democratic values. What higher?
They have European Western. They are, how do you say it? They are trying to build Western European values in the country. That's the goal they want, because they know we are happier than in Russia.
Higher value does a democracy have than free speech? My case is all about free speech. And
again,
I spent,
martial law.
2 months and change in a maximum security prison. And by the way, when I say, okay, well, let me finish that point. I spent 2 months and change in a maximum security prison over things that I said, opinions I gave regarding publicly available information that is undisputed. This is the epitome of free speech, and yet I went to prison for it, and I will likely go 5 to 8 years to a prison labor camp where, by the way, everybody in the CISO prison, the investigative prison where I was at, none of them wanted to go to that labor camp because they all said it's a death sentence, okay? And so I'm going to be sent for 5 to 8 years because of YouTube videos that I made.
So, here, 2022 martial law. President Volodymyr Zelensky, correct spelling, double Y, single Y. The single Y, wait, there we go. The single Y is a Russian spelling, which Zelensky changed because they're shedding their Russian identity now. Anyway, President Zelensky declared martial law on 24th February 2022 in response to Russian invasion of Ukraine. Speaking at a televised address to the nation shortly before 7 a.m., he clarified that all able-bodied men, 18 to 60 years old, were not allowed to leave the country as the country began to general mobilization of all reserve forces. According to an official Facebook page, I think you saw the cat there, of the Ukraine State Border Guard Service on July, the prohibition of border crossing remains in effect. Declared a curfew from 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. every day to expose Russian subversives. The curfew was lifted on 28th February after a 2-day search for Russian commando forces. On 20th March, President Zelensky signed a decree that merged all national television channels in one platform due to martial law. The same day, he signed a decree suspending the activities of 11 opposition political parties, citing claimed ties to the Russian government throughout the duration of martial law. The parties included the pro-Russian opposition platform For Life, the second blah blah. Nothing about speech here? Really? I always misspell martial law. Martial law speech. According to the Freedom House, the Ukrainian League of Framework Media for Freedom used to be among the most progressive in Eastern Europe. Although implementation has been uneven, the Constitution of Ukraine 991 provide freedom of speech. Anyway, freedom of speech in Ukraine during the war. Has the state of freedom of speech in Ukraine deteriorated during the full-scale invasion? Guessing yes. During the full-scale marathon of propaganda, everything to international media, nothing to local media, accreditation manipulations, interviews at the SBU. For several weeks, some Ukrainian journalists, most of those working for international media, have been summoned for interviews at the security services of Ukraine. As the SBU officers call them, to avoid the word interrogation, are related to security checks and have been launched, as far as I know, in the T department, which specializes in national security issues and is supposed to deal with collaborators, separatists, and terrorists. This department also inherited from the KGB the function of supervising various areas of science, culture, and the media. Freedom is first casualty of war. Has the state of freedom of speech in Ukraine deteriorated during the full-scale invasion? Freedom of speech is a basic value that cannot be neglected, and I can say without exaggeration, because I created Zabrona Media precisely to speak. Okay, what is this? I assumed first it was a blog. Ukrainian independent online media that investigates socially significant issues, covers human rights violations, talks about contemporary culture. It was founded in 2018 as well-known journalist Katya Roman. Covers topics related to Russia's war against Ukraine, crimes against journalists and freedom of speech, abuse of power, environment, blah, blah. Who funds? Patreons. Read more. Here's our mission values. Okay. Precisely to speak frankly about difficult things and to defend the freedoms that are the first to be targeted, especially during wars and conflicts. Freedom of speech is one of the things on this hit list, no matter how much it may bother those who make sure that no critical article about Ukraine's internal problems leaks to the international press. Yes, freedom of speech in Ukraine is under significant threat because you're at war. Of course it is. Ukraine has been fighting two wars for a long time. One is against Russia and Russian colonialism. The second is the war for democracy, which began with independence, blah, 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 journalism going through difficult times because authorities are trying to reduce the work of the press to messages. This is why, for example, the new media outlet The Gaze has created blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Okay, you know what? Let's do... see what they say, because I don't disagree necessarily with anything they said there. Just go Lira then. They've said nothing about this guy. Okay, that's interesting.
Is that democratic? Does that sound like European values to you?
Yeah,
huh?
Sure does. Sounds like
It
American
actually does.
values.
Sounds
too
like
now.
American values. So the Gray Zone reporter asked the State Department spokesperson today about the status of that guy, the U.S. citizen who was jailed by Ukrainian government for challenging its official narrative of the war and whose Twitter account now claims he's making a break for the Hungarian border. Watch this. So they're going to ask this guy
this
about
guy.
watch this guy, this tool.
Yeah. Cosgrove with the Gray Zone. So back in May, I asked you about Gonzalo.
Why is a Russian propaganda outlet accredited at this place?
Lira, he was the U.S. citizen arrested in Ukraine for posting dissident content online, and you told me the State Department was aware of his arrest in May. And we learned last night through a series of tweets by him that he had been tortured in the Ukrainian prison, and he was now on a motorcycle with a broken rib trying to flee to the Hungarian border. And so I'm...
If he has a broken rib, it's going to show. I wouldn't want to ride a motorcycle with a broken rib. Oh my God, that's got to hurt. But why didn't he post an image proving that he had a broken rib?
I'm wondering, if this is true, given the State Department knew of his arrest and his detention, how has this been allowed to occur? We have a U.S. citizen.
oh, he's gonna say we've investigated or no, he's gonna say he had a representative come look at him and they found nothing. And Jimmy Jones going, they had a guy come look at him and they didn't find anything. They're in bed with Ukrainians. They're demons.
Being detained and perhaps
Sorry, that's Alex
tortured
Jones.
in the prison of one of our strongest allies.
Well, you lost me with the perhaps and the if this is true. I think I'd want to verify those reports.
Bingo.
Before I commented on it. Alex, go ahead.
I was wrong, but bingo.
Alex, go ahead.
Is the State Department investigating?
I just want to verify anything before I comment. Go ahead, Alex.
That's it.
Oh, also,
what? How? If he hadn't heard, if he wasn't aware that about this tweet thread, because why would he be? Yeah. How? What comment can he make without confirming that it happened first?
So I won't be verifying anything.
And there will be exactly. Mark Sloboda said.
So do a follow up. Do a fucking follow up. Have you let it go a week and then get back to him and go, have you followed up on Gonzalo Lira? Have you had him medically examined to see if he has been tortured? Can you tell us about that? Can you expose blah, 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 you know? But no, because he hadn't heard about this and therefore couldn't comment on it before verifying. He's just doing a no comment. What a fucking moron. He didn't know about this tweet thread from a nobody in Ukraine.
Says, I can confirm that Gonzalo Lara, wanted by the Kiev Putsch regime for the crime of criticism.
Kiev Putsch. What? Putsch. What is putsch?
Putsch.
Really? I see. Oh, beer halls putsch. Of course. Oh, yeah, sure.
Criticizing it. Tried to escape the West-backed Kiev Putsch regime across the Ukraine.
This is how you know it's propaganda. Again, I've studied one thing, one meaningless thing, and that's communications. I am qualified to do very little with that degree. The one thing I am qualified, thanks to my, I don't have a degree, unfortunately, like I told you earlier. Thanks to my education, I am qualified to identify and classify things as propaganda. This, first of all, Putsch regime, harking back to Nazi Germany, very, very classy. With a Jewish leader doing that twice. However, now that's how you know you want to push the message out there. The one thing that people should take away from this tweet is Putsch regime, the Kiev Putsch regime. That's if you use that phrase in a tweet from a week from now, that's a win for this guy. That's a win for Kremlin. That's what they want. That's the propaganda they're trying to spread here.
Ukrainian border into Hungary, where he intended to request political asylum. What is Putsch? What is that? I never saw that.
Putsch, like the beer hall pooch.
Oh yeah.
You know, when Hitler tried to take over.
I can.
Wait.
saw that.
pooch, like the beer hall pooch.
Oh yeah.
You know, when Hitler tried to take over.
I confer.
He doesn't know what the beer hall pooch is. Oh my God. He doesn't know what the beer hall pooch is.
Further affirmed that Gonzalo Lira was stopped at the Ukrainian side of the border from crossing and has since disappeared. Now for more than 24 hours. This was the last anyone has heard from him.
Yeah. Because he tried to, flee the country when he was standing trial. What?
So that's you're supporting Ukraine. That's what you're supporting. People have no idea what's happening in Ukraine.
No, I do.
But what
I
is
do.
worse, they have no idea. They have no idea what's happening.
I have an idea that I have an idea that you have no idea what is actually happening.
They
and
think
got
they
no
know.
intention of looking it up.
Okay. My support for Ukraine, first of all, it's undying, naturally. I will give them whatever they want. They can point at aircrafts. They can point at tanks. I'll say, send your guys. We'll educate them, and they'll arrive in Ukraine, back in Ukraine on the front line in a month, 2 months, whatever it takes to educate them with the tank, with the aircraft, with the artillery, whatever they want. Okay, I'm okay with that. Whatever, just point it. We'll make it happen. Okay, that's my base political take on Ukraine. The reason I do this take is not because I think Ukraine is a bastion of democracy, a liberal and happy place. No. Quite the opposite. But they're better than Russia. They want to be better, and I want to help them get better. Russia wants to stop them from getting better. They want to have them embroiled in an endless war. We're not going to allow that. We're not going to do that, okay? We need to, the investments we have in Ukraine, we don't get cash during the war. We get cash after the war. Don't you see? We want to end it, and we want to cash in on Ukraine becoming a fucking liberal democracy, okay? And then we're going to make it socialist. Well, one step at a time.
When they started saying don't do your own research.
Yes.
That's a crisis moment for the establishment because they never even used to have to tell you that before. You just weren't going to do it.
Well, now
they suck so bad, people started researching.
That's right.
So they had to come out and say the thing that was just understood for many years.
Come see our live.
I don't remember anyone saying don't do your own research. Maybe it happened. I can conceive of it happening. I also know why people either remember or someone saying that or someone actually saying that. It could just be a Mandela effect thing, The reason that people probably expressed disdain for own research is that people are stupid, and the research that someone stupid does is gonna be bad. So if I am I am high school educated, I want to talk about quarks. There was an experiment about teleportation. Quarks is going to make us be able to teleport. Now that's what my own research found out. Never mind that we've only been able to do it with like one particle, and that happened 20 years ago or something, and nothing has happened since. And when I read the paper, I don't understand it. And when the journalist reads the paper, he doesn't understand it, so he goes after the public relations person, the thing that I studied to be. He went after the journalist just repeats what they say. We had teleportation here, blah blah blah. They don't know why. They don't know how. They're not formulating they're not questioning. They don't know how to question the PR person even. So they just write it down and that's it. And that's where do your own research becomes dangerous. Now, this example is not dangerous, but then we come to medicine, vaccines. Now, all of a sudden, do your own research is going to include people saying, oh, vaccines lead to autism. As if that's an argument against saving lives. Oh no, people are autistic. How horrible. They don't, but even if, so fucking what? Vaccines are like you're going to find microblogs or people spreading the most idiotic propaganda you can ever find with do your own research because you don't understand the science. We had this with evolution a long, long time ago. They had managed to change a bacteria so that it would eat arsenic. I believe it was. It was something that the bacteria would naturally die from. But over the course of, I think, 20,000 generations of this bacteria, they managed a breakthrough evolutionary case. They had witnessed with their own goddamn eyes evolution. They could tell this came from this and how long it took. And that's fucking amazing. But do your own research led creationists to go, you don't have a paper. They did, but they didn't understand the paper. Because what they didn't understand is we have the live specimen. We have frozen specimen from the first generation, from the first every 1,000 generation, whatever they had. And we have it for the last one. And we can trace it back to the first generation. We have live tissue, not tissue, right? Live specimens that we can use, that we can prove it right. But do your own research will never lead to that. It will always lead you, not always, of course, but if you're not necessarily undereducated, but miseducated even, that's going to be dangerous. A lot of American education is about regurgitating. Is it regurgitating?
Regurgitate.
Regurgitating. That must be it. All they're doing is repeating facts. That's what American education is all about. Repeat. What year, who did, what did they do, whatever. Just repeat. Why is the Declaration of Independence so important for American history? It signifies where America was born, stuff like that. European, at least Scandinavian education, but I think European broadly, focuses more on critical thinking, of learning how to evaluate claims, being able to correctly identify, not correctly identify, that's wrong, but to just be able to know what you know and why you know that. Be able to question in a way that leads you to better understanding rather than to a wrong, misleading conclusion. So, for example, vaccines hurt you. They do. It's a virus that is injected into you. If you have misinformation, if you are miseducated on this and you don't know how to question it, that's gonna lead you to most likely take the wrong conclusion on this. That's gonna lead you down to they are intentionally hurting us. Why would they want that? What? And all of a sudden you're in the deep state. You know. When you read a news article, you know how right wingers always say, "Oh, you can't trust the mainstream news." They're right. You can't trust the mainstream news. The mainstream news will always be, not always, but in the current environment, it's always going to be more corporate friendly. Because of course it is. It's a corporation itself. Of course it's going to be corporate friendly. Now, does that mean they're lying? No. I can read a Fox News article, a slanted, a biased Fox News article. But because I understand the bias they have, and because I understand how to read news, when I read it, I can hear the propagandist, I can hear the publicist, I can hear the whatever coming through, and I can discern the truth from that. The details of what they're reporting on, if they are respected news organizations, unlike the Gray Zone. When I read the Gray Zones, I can never, ever get to the truth. What I can see when I read those articles, like I did, to go back to Twitter, like I did a few weeks ago. Is it no? Don't I have maybe? No, I don't. Not anymore. Here we go. So Max Blumenthal got invited into the UN Security Council to speak about aid to Ukraine. Now, when he's speaking here, I don't hear a journalist. I don't hear truth in any way. So I'm like, what is he talking about? At one point, he talked about payments going to Kenya. We found tax dollars. Let me actually find that section.
National development to pay off Ukraine's sovereign debt. An audit of U.S. tax dollar allocation to Ukraine throughout the fiscal years 2022 and 23. Our investigation was led by Heather Kaiser, a former military intelligence officer who served in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Did I include Heather Kaiser? Heather Kaiser? No. I did some research on that woman. She is a ghost. She doesn't exist. The only thing I can find, or could, Heather Kaiser. Oh my God! What a coincidence! Give me a moment here. No, damn it! It wasn't the same person. I'm sorry. I thought this might be the same person, but I was wrong. My memory's faulty. It's not racism. Of course, the Jim Caviezel interview from the gun is gone.
I was like, oh my fuck.
There was a gun here during the Jim Caviezel interview.
Almost immediately.
Varias Andrew. I wonder. Repeat Cernovich. We have Cernovich. Vivek officially moved to second place. Okay, like this is not a Mike Pence commentary on this should serve as an important reminder as to why Mike Pence should never hold any office ever again. Like this is a deep Republican, deep Republican, and apart from this, I don't think they exist. I don't remember them existing really. Heather Kaiser, but this is not the same, I don't think, because he's an artist. And all this woman has done here is this. The thing he's talking about. Like, that's it. There's nothing else on her. I don't even know if this is the same person. No, that's the... Like, is it? No, I don't think it is. Nope, it's not it. Like, so that's the person who did this audit, as Blumenthal calls it.
We found, among many bizarre payments, a $4.5 million payment from the U.S. Social Security Administration to the Kiev government. We found $4.5 billion worth of payments from the U.S. Agency for International Development to pay off Ukraine's sovereign debt, much of which is owned by the global investment firm BlackRock. That amounts to $30 taken from every U.S. citizen at a time when 4 in 10 Americans cannot afford a $400 emergency.
Totally unrelated. There are other ways to, like, you don't have to minimize to lower aid to Ukraine to feed and house people in the U.S. Those are not diametrically opposed.
We found tax dollars earmarked for Ukraine, padding the budgets of a television station in Toronto, a pro-NATO think tank in Poland, and believe it or not, even rural farmers in Kenya.
Now that's the thing I like. Really?
We found tens of millions to private equity firms, including...
And then he goes on. Because I'm sure there's the only thing about Kenya here. I'm sure there are shady people getting this money. I'm certain of that even. I would be surprised if there wasn't shady people getting some of that money. Of course. So I'm like, okay, let's investigate this Kenya business. In this article, when we Kenya. Here we go. The first thing about Kenya, fiscal year, blah, blah, blah. You get, Messieurs, a portion of U.S. aid funded earmarked for Kiev was sent to Kenya and Ethiopia via other agencies with the award description stating projects in Africa were partially funded with response funds and Ukraine supplemental funds. And then you go here and you think, okay, so this is going to be evidence for it. And wait, there's no Kenya? Oh, gathering that. Oh my God, it's, oh my God, there's so much here. They're trying to hide it, aren't they? What is this? Select country? And we go to Ukraine? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Ukraine, right? I'm stupid. Like I said, I'm stupid. Here we go. Ukraine. Wait. I don't want to return few results. Still 700. So, and I spent a good time here trying to understand what the fuck I was looking at. And I couldn't. So I'm like, oh, God damn it. This is hard. That's why they had to have a researcher to do this. someone who knows, who's been an economist or a Marine, apparently. Oh, wait, what's this? 7.6 million to UNICEF IDA for emergency nutrition response in ASLS, arid and semi-arid lands in Kenya. The description stated partially funded response funds and Ukraine supplemental funds. Huh. Well, what's this? How bad is it? Why is this an issue? And you go, oh my God, here, what's this? I love when this supplementa. New 12 months UNICEF IDA for 7.6 million application to support emergency nutrition responses in ASOL's refugee camps and vulnerable urban populations, partially funded response funds, and Ukraine supplemental. So I'm like, wait, what's the harm here? Oh, they're funding, they're preventing starvation in Kenya with funds for Ukraine. That's why we must stop funds for Ukraine. Very, very coherent ideas. Can I see here? If I go back here, that's what we just looked at. So I'm like getting a bit frustrated there. And then I'm like, oh, wait, I can find more. Emergency nutrition fund doesn't really look all too good, but doesn't look like a good disguise. Which one is it, and how do I find out? What if I Google Ukraine supplemental fund? What then will we find out? Okay. Here's a Ukraine supplemental fund. Blah blah. Provides 19.8 billion authorities and the associated funding to arm and equip Ukraine and NATO allies to counter Russian aggression. Great, perfectly, exactly what we want. 6.2 billion for the Department of Defense to sustain the surge of U.S. forces and operations. Blah blah blah. 687 million to accelerate domestic munitions production capacity. Support for the Ukrainian police and border guards efforts, nuclear non-proliferation, counterterrorism, and counter-proliferation. Clearance of landmines and other explosive remnants of war, address cybersecurity threats. And I'm like, how did this come to Kenya? And then, oh wait, what's the humanitarian and economic support? Provide 12.9 billion in economic assistance to stabilize the economy and spur economic recovery in Ukraine and to address the dire energy supply profile. Okay, so still Ukraine. Includes 300 million for food security to address the food supply crisis affecting vulnerable populations in Ukraine, mitigate the global fertilizer shortage, and build agricultural capacity. Capacity and resilience to shocks. Provides 4 billion to assist refugees fleeing the war in Ukraine and address related dire refugee needs globally. Include 300 million for nuclear energy technology to promote U.S. energy independence. This seems more like what is it called, lard? Like they're just trying to something for themselves, you know? And then there's oversight requirements, okay? So here is why Kenya got some aid that is meant for Ukraine. So that's what I mean when I say I don't trust shit that comes out of the gray zone. Because whenever I've looked into it, it's always nothing. Always nothing. And I started to talk about that because... Oh, right. Let's now look at Fox News. A media I don't trust. Hunter Biden probe. Media covers whistleblowers using scare quotes to undermine credibility of IRS officials. Quotation marks are being used against IRS whistleblower Gary Shapley to delegitimize his claims, critics say. The Hunter Biden saga has only escalated in the days following his plea deal with his father's administrations, blah, blah. However, members of all of this is factually correct. Just this. The Hunter Biden saga has only escalated in the days following this plea deal with his father's administration. This, when I read this, I'm thinking DOJ. Okay? Because that's what he has been, that's the part of the government he has been interacting with. But Fox News twists that into his father's administration to, put some bias against Hunter and the plea deal here. Particularly as 2 IRS whistleblowers have been sounding the alarm about alleged misconduct with the Justice Department's handling of the investigation. And that's also true. The undermining of these IRS agents is because they have no proof of it. They have no hard facts. So it's just claims. There's no... So Fox News will still report on the factual issues regarding the case, while at the same time spinning it into propaganda. Max Blumenthal et al. At the Gray Zone, and Aaron Mate and all those idiots, those people aren't spinning facts. They're spinning lies. They're spinning misinformation. That's the goal. I'm going to continue. Oh, and that's why I can't... Anyone who quotes the Gray Zone ever should be dismissed right out. Like from the get-go. If you find someone who's like, oh, I like the Gray Zone. They do lovely journalism there. No, they don't. Nobody believes they do. Not even themselves. Jimmy Dore doesn't. He knows better. He is stupid, but he's not uninformed. Or no, he's not stupid. He's just uninformed. But he knows. He knows about this one. That's for sure. I'm going to do a refill. I'll be right back. We're gonna, speaking of Max Blumenthal, I've only eaten once today. I'm getting a bit hungry, so I'm just gonna have some cream, some, I don't know, peach, something. While the funniest man alive tries to make me laugh, okay? I don't know who this guy is, but I know who this guy is. He's saying it's funny, so let's give it a chance, okay?
And I would have liked to have known AOC when she was just an ambitious, smart, young girl from White Plains named Sandy before she transitioned to Latinx. You know, she's so angry now, and there's like a discarded box of Franzia behind her. She's screaming it into Instagram, like, you fascists! I don't really have a punchline there. I just, wanted to say that I wanted to know her just like I knew Chris Hayes before he was an anti-Russian male lesbian. And what Jimmy Dore is doing is bringing people together, and I want to continue to unite. I think, you can go from Iraq, WMDs, Saddam and Al-Qaeda, Russiagate, the Syrian chemical attacks, and then the COVID event was the big one, because that's when all of the left-wing critics, the most trenchant critics of our system, turned into hyper-obedient authoritarian enforcers of the biomedical security state and big pharma. I lost so many friends over that shit. I lost so many friends. And it was my socialist friends were so into the vax. They all wanted to take like the Chinese vax. They thought it was like injecting socialism into their veins. One of them took the Chinese Sinovac so many times they started transmitting 5G signals from Huawei. It was crazy. Zelensky, he shows up at NATO looking like a kid dressed up as G.I. Joe for Halloween. And he's like, I need the HIMARS, I need the javelins, give me the cluster munitions. He's walking around like snorting, acting like a pimp. Bitch better have my money. Bitch better have my cluster bombs. He's snorting all the time. I'm like, so that's why we have an Adderall shortage. It all went to Ukraine and hey. Hunter Biden's like, Dad, what the fuck, man? You gave my stash to that fucking Ukrainian elf. How could you? I'm Jewish, by the way. I identify as Jewish. My pronouns are self-hate.
Did we laugh? I didn't laugh. That was... If he actually had friends, he would... If he actually had friends, they would have told him how fucking bad that was. Did you guys catch? Did you catch the audience here? Like, I see a lot of gray hair here, and that's clearly. Oh, sorry. I don't think very few young people have this scraggly hair. Okay, middle-aged. Older, maybe young, but I'm guessing though they are not the ones laughing the most here, if I'm being honest. Oh, that was painful. Whew. Wait for Funny as someone who writes comedy and occasionally performs. I'm not hearing the funny. I completely agree. Let's see what people said here. He's not a comedian. They talked him into it. I didn't make it to 40. Ugh. Yeah. Yeah, I
would have liked to have known AOC when she was just an ambitious, smart, young girl from White Plains named Sandy.
You mean like how you wanted to know who Barack Obama was when he was called Barry? Yeah. The reason that Obama did it, and I'm guessing AOC kind of got on the train with him there, is because if he didn't, they would use it as an attack against him. They would say, oh, why are you hiding your blackness? Your real name is Barack. That sounds very terrorist to me. Your real name is a terrorist name, but you go by Barry. That's very suspicious. Nobody's calling RFK on this, right? Nobody's like, oh, I wish I knew RFK when he was known as Bobby. Nope. When he was a young, smart lad named Bobby. You never hear that. Oh, it's just 6 minutes. That's nice. That is nice, actually. We can do that on the back burner. Those two go there. I'm just organizing a bit here. There. So we have a new peace rally, a pro-Russian peace rally that Jimmy Dore and at all is organizing, or is at least supporting. International Peace Rally happening August 6th in New York City.
Hey, so there's a big...
And that's already been August 6th. Too late. How did it go, by the way? Because this was 4 days ago. This came out the day before.
Big deal happening August.
Humanity for Peace. Humanity for Peace. Wait, this came out days before. 13 support, $1,000 each from 13 supporters. That's very interesting. We'll watch this video and then we'll research how the event went.
8th, there's going to be a rally.
I already have some information
for peace, humanity for peace, peace rally. There it is, August 6th, 1 to 4 p.m. at the UN, and you can help support because it takes money to put these things on. So you can go to their. But let me bring on the man who's organizing this, Jose Vega, an activist based in the Bronx. He's a member of the Schiller Institute and worked as staffer for Diane Sayre, who ran as an independent. He has recently confronted New York-based politicians about their support for Ukraine war and to demand accountability from the Biden administration for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. Please.
Fine. Okay, so we have to. Mearsheimer? Isn't he the guy? Nord Stream pipeline? Substack. Seymour Hersh. There we go. Seymour Hersh. I mean, that's the guy. Now, this is a source for the claim that the U.S. blew up the Nord Stream pipeline, okay? Which would be an act of war, of course. If Ukraine did it, I don't care. It's fine for them. If anyone else did it, I'm going to have some issues with that. Unless they did it on behalf of Ukraine, in which case, go forth. But yeah, this is like he claims to have military experts high up in the administration who, or in the CIA or whatever, who's confirmed that the U.S. did this. Okay, and that's all the proof that it exists. Now, there's been a There's been a development on these sources of his. Could it be? Underpants? No. Of course, that's still like this is the most popular still, you know. Okay, let's. Did he must have edited. Seymour Hersh, waif in his underpants. Come on. Give me a moment. July 27th. Okay. So that's what I'm looking for. Main. New July. Wave. Under. So what's the... What's the... should I do it there? Should go. There we go. Here we go. At this point, with the Ukraine counteroffensive, at this point, no. At this point, no. Where is this from? Because that's the one thing I am very... Seymour Hersh. Wave in his underpants. Here we go. So he wrote this July 20. He's hiding from me. He is. No, because there it is. Why isn't it here? Whatever. He was caught red-handed here. As you can see, there are some in the American intelligence community, the officials said, who worry about Putin's response to the recent Ukrainian drone attacks in central Moscow. Will Kiev be next? At this point, the Ukraine counteroffensive against Russian thwarted. The official said Zelensky has no plan except to hang on. It's as if he's an orphan, a poor waif in his underwear. And we have no real idea of what Zelensky and his crowd are thinking. Ukraine is the most corrupt and dumbest government in the world. Really? Outside of Nigeria and Biden's support of Zelensky can only come from Zelensky's knowledge of Biden, and not just because he was taking care of Biden's son. Here's the thing. Nobody in the history of English has ever used the term a poor waif in his underwear. That is a strictly Russian idiom. The point I'm making here...
He has recently confronted New York-based politicians about their support for Ukraine war and to demand accountability from the Biden administration for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. Please.
The source for that claim is either non-existent or Russian.
Please welcome Jose Vega. Hey, Jose.
Howdy, Jimmy. Thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure.
Jose Vega. Let's do this. Who are you? Jose Vega. I've already Googled you. I know who you are. If we go here, who are you? Vote Diane Zare. Who is Diane Zare? And I am immediately skeptical of who you are. Ballotpedia, give me. Burlington, Vermont. Who else do I know from Burlington, Vermont? She attended Mount Desmond High School, blah, blah. I don't care about education. Working as a political organizer and fundraiser, musician, choral, blah, 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 blah. New York City Choir, President of Canada. Lyndon LaRouche. Now, Lyndon LaRouche. Who's Lyndon LaRouche? I wonder. I wondered. Oh, he used to be an intelligence network. Like a... NCLC? What is this? That can't be it. Which critics says was done to gain access to government officials under pass cover. Oh, he had a private secret intelligence operation? What? This is kind of cool, actually. Intelligence. The LaRouche movement developed a private intelligence agency and contacts with foreign governments. In 1988, LaRouche and 25 associates were convicted on fraud charges related to fundraising. The movement called the prosecution politically motivated. Where have you heard this before? Contact with far-right group. Presidential campaign. That the NCLC was a violent-oriented organization of revolutionary socialists with a membership of near 1,000 in chapters of some 50 cities. He said that during the previous 2 years, its members have been involved in fights, beatings, using drugs, kidnappings, brainwashing, and at least one shooting. They are reported to be armed, to have physically blah, blah, blah. In 1975, under the name Lynn Marcus, LaRouche published Dialectical Economics, an introduction to Marxist political economy. So he has a Marxist credential here. But who is this LaRouche? Why is this so fucking long? Who is he? Designation as a conspiracy theorist. An article in Southern Poverty Law Center website named him as a fringe ideologue and conspiracy theorist whom Chip Burlett, senior analyst of Political Research Association and an expert to the radical right, calls the man who brought us fascism wrapped in an American flag. The NPR obituary is titled Conspiracy Theorists and Frequent Presidential Candidate Lyndon LaRouche died at 96. Often described as an extremist, crank, and fringe figure, and that he built a worldwide following based on conspiracy theories, economic doom, anti-Semitism, homophobia, and racism. And who was this guy? Who was this? Jose Vega?
Accountability from the Biden administration for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. Please welcome the man who's organizing this, Jose Vega, an activist based in the Bronx. He's a member of the Schiller Institute.
The Schiller Institute. Oh, the Schiller Institute. Who are they? Did he have it here, perhaps? Oh, my friends and I confronted the executive editor, New York Times, Washington Post, other Times Reuters on their censorship of Seymour Hersh, Uhuru, Julian Assange, Tucker Carlson, Russiagate. Then the Dean of Columbia and Security pushed me to the ground and tried to silence me. Here we go. Schiller Institute. Who are the Schiller Institutes? The Schiller Institute, a German-based political and economic think tank founded by Helga Zepp LaRouche. That's that name again. Oh my God, that's so strange. Which stated members in 50 countries. It is among the principal organizations of the LaRouche movement. Here are the main goals of this movement. Restoration of Glass-Steagall. That's nice, actually. New Bretton Woods. African abandonment of floating exchange rates. The return of Bretton Woods-style fixed rates with gold. Oh my God, they want to tank the global economy. That's nice. American system espouses the American system of infrastructure projects, a regulated banking system and tariffs named for the historical American system of Henry Clay by owning blah, blah. Eurasian land bridge. Now we're getting into crazies here. Lectures and rights on behalf of a Eurasian land bridge, a massive high-speed maglev railway project to span continents and reinvigorate industries and commerce. That is the most stupid shit I've ever heard. No. I don't think it's wise to cross trains which have fixed tracks that it needs to run reliably on plates that can move several meters or feet if you're retarded, both up and down, maybe go, or either way, which happens every year, it's gonna destroy this railway. Okay, the Eurasian Land Bridge Railway. Yeah. Sure. Absolutely. Scientific Pig argues in favor of what they call Verdi tuning, a classical music, in which A equals 400. This is very specific. This is extreme scientific pitch, extremely specific, as opposed to the common practice today of tuning 8 to 440 hertz. Okay, what's the point? I don't care. Linda LaRouche there. Wait. Antonio Vivaldi, and even to have disrupted a concert conducted by Leonard Slatkin. Wait. Okay, no, this dude didn't disrupt this dude. Okay. In order to pass out pamphlet titled Leonardo Slatkin Serves Satan. These are the people. They think there's some satanic connection to the 440. It is said by the Schiller Institute to be derived from the same mathematical basis for middle C. The Institute's argument for the notation included points about historical accuracy and references to Johannes Kepler's treatise on the movement of planetary masses. These are cranks. The Schiller Institute's initiative was opposed by opera singer Stefan Zucker. According to Zucker, the Institute offered a bill in Italy to impose scientific notation on state-sponsored musicians. They really want to force people to use this type of. You can't play any other music. Can't. Nope. It has to be this type. That included provisions for fines and confiscation of all other tuning forks. Zucker has written that he believes the Schiller Institute claims about Verdi tuning are historically inaccurate. No shit. Institute followers are reported by Tim Page of Newsday to have stood outside concert halls with petitions to ban the music of Antonio Vivaldi. Okay, yeah. So they're cranks. Mars colonization. Oh my God. They're Musk fans. Recommends colonization of the planet Mars on similar basis as many others in the field. The human survivability depends on territorial diversification. Yes. After we've made sure that we can live sustainably on Earth, we can start to look at Mars, okay? After. Strategic Defense Initiative supported directed beam weapons for use against ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and claims credit as the first to propose this to Ronald Reagan. LaRouche did not support rocket-based defensive systems such as anti-ballistic missiles. Fusion Energy Foundation. The LaRouche movement proclaimed an interest in fusion energy and beam weapons. While some scientists such as John Clark praised the movement, it was generally seen as a front for LaRouche's political aims. According to Fusion, 2 members of the FEF went to the Soviet Union to attend a conference on laser interaction in 78. Now, these are right-wing conspiracy kooks, okay? which is why Jimmy Dore
Worked
supports
as
them.
staffer for Diane Sayre, who ran as an independent. He has recently confronted New York-based politicians about their support for Ukraine war and to demand accountability from the Biden administration for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. Please welcome Jose Vega. Hey, Jose.
Howdy, Jimmy. Thanks for having me on. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So tell me, where can people go to help support this?
Was it those videos we watched?
Yeah.
It was him. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kurt, I don't think I've ever been on the show when you were on. I've always wanted to talk to you and say hi. But first things first, that is a Give Butter link. That's givebutter.com/humanity4peace. I think that's what it is.
You don't know? Give butter?
I don't have the URL off the top of my head. What it is this is happening at Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza here in New York City. That's happening at August 6th, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. This is actually an international peace coalition. We've had about over 30 or 40 organizations around the world completely endorse this rally. And not only that, but we know that there's going to be international press there as well. We know for a fact Russian media is going to be there. We know that Chinese media is going to be there. We know that other countries' media is going to be there. Brazil, I think, has been confirmed. Some other Central American countries. We have Scott Ritter.
I love it. The international media, Russia, China. Okay, cool. And?
Who will be a speaker, as well as Garland Nixon. And we also have some surprise speakers who I can't say because of security reasons. It's kind of like a really big deal that we're getting all these endorsements. We are going to have statements sent in from people like Max Blumenthal, Anya Parampil, and others sending in. Ray McGovern was supposed to be there live, but he couldn't make it. My cat is trying to get my attention right now. I hope you can't hear that in the back, but there are other other statements as well coming in. Ray McGovern couldn't be there, but he is sending in an audio statement as well. And overall, what this rally is a encapsulation or a process in which we are taking the last year and a half full of interventions. People have seen my interventions. People have seen other people's.
We're taking the last 1.5 years, and only the last 1.5 years of supporting an invaded nation, and we're going to task on that one because Biden withdrew from Afghanistan. Damn it!
Interventions, people like them, they go viral. What this rally is a chance for people to get in on that action, because now what we're doing is we're culminating other people's efforts, other people's ideas, motivations in all these other organizations. It's been kind of loose and fluid, and people have been doing this and that, and it's all been leading up to this moment. And this is the moment that is going to completely crystallize everything, all of the efforts together into one cohesive movement. Everything that's been happening around the world, this is being shaped by it, whether it's the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa coming together to overthrow the US dollar, or whether it's people in other countries who have been standing up against the persecution against Julian Assange, or it's been the people who've been standing up against NATO and the European countries. It's all coming together at this rally. And that's why we need your help to get over the hump and actually motivate this rally. So please be there and donate if you can. As you can see, we're about $7,000 short to make this work.
Bro, you really think this is gonna be like the linchpin of all of that? Like you far right LaRouchian-ish types, you think you're gonna be the linchpin of this? Come on, please, I beg you, please. Try to make me laugh at least. Okay.
So, say again.
Lil Bro has some He has ambitions. I'll give him that.
The URL for the donation, what is it?
It is
I have it pinned.
Butter, I believe.
I have the givebutter.com.
Wait.
Givebutter.com.
Givebutter.com/humanity for peace. That's right. This is oh wow, thank you, Free Assange. Just put in a $250 donation. Thank you so much. This can completely build the rally. We also have 3 presidential candidates, 2 of which, one is a Republican presidential candidate, Aaron Day. One is a Libertarian presidential candidate running under the Libertarian Party.
Wait. So you have one Republican, one uber Republican.
And we have a presidential candidate who's running for president in Haiti.
So who's the left wing person here?
Of all places, going to be speaking at this rally on top of Scott Ritter and Garland Nixon and others.
And Scott Ritter, the convicted pedophile. That's Scott Ritter. This dude? You had this dude on? Oh my god! Look at his credentials. Oh, we hate the deep state, but he's Scott Ritter. He supports us. He got caught red-handed diddling the kids. But he still supports us, and Russia loves him. So gonna have him there. What was it? 16-year-old girl. We have a 15-year-old girl. The chat room had an age 18 and above policy, which Ritter stated to the undercover officer. Wait, when Ritter was investigated again in November 2009 over communication with a police decoy he met on an internet chat site. Police said that he exposed himself via a web camera after the officer repeatedly identified himself as a 15-year-old girl. Ritter said in his own testimony during the trial that he believed the other party was an adult acting out her fantasy. The chat room had an age 18 and above policy, which Ritter stated to the undercover officer. I think it's just those two. So that's Scott Ritter. Oh, I'm shocked. I am shocked.
I mean, this rally has, I keep saying it, the ability to laser focus everybody's efforts.
He really believes it. He really thinks this is gonna be like the beacon at the light at the front of the line. You know, the man shepherding every other U.S. imperialist efforts. He thinks this is gonna be that. I've heard jack shit about this. I didn't think it was in August or not at the beginning of August. I thought I'd have more than 2 days to react to this video, but apparently not.
Into one big ray of positivity and real change.
If it really had that, how much is that? $131. That's $71 each. Okay.
Focused on that day. That day will be a fulcrum point if we make it work.
I think you will. I think we can do this.
He thinks it's a fulcrum. He really does believe this is going to be the main stone in the BRICS initiative of all things.
We could help get them. We'll help get the message out here. I wish I could attend. I can't, but I will be sending in a recorded message for the people, and if that's okay.
An emergency international demonstration will take place, titled "Humanity for Peace." The flagship demonstration will be held at the United Nations, New York City, in collaboration with dozens of other organizations across the political spectrum and the planet. We are organizing to ensure this demonstration is a success. Humanity must make a stand against nuclear war now. Great. You oppose Russia threatening nuclear war then, are you? No? No criticism of Russia, I'm guessing? There is such a thing as too late. Which is what the US already was when they started to support, with what the West already was when we started to support Ukraine. That was too late. Should have been done at least a year, maybe even 2 years earlier, okay? Consider making a donation, blah, blah, blah. Here are the current list of speakers with a few surprises down the line. Gerald Celente, founder, director of Trends Research Institute and publisher, founder Occupy Peace and Freedom. Gerald, who is this? Should we just make... He looks like a crazy pastor in a mayoral campaign in New York. In Yonkers, New York, okay. Forecasting. Hugo Lindgren. He has, for sure, Scandinavian parents. That's for sure. And ABC News have labeled Celente's predictions. What do you mean? Is an American trend forecaster? Makes predictions about the global financial markets and other important events. Okay, so he's not a prophet per se. Label Celente's predictions pessimism porn for their doom and the alleged eschatological thrill some people receive from imagining his predictions of the collapse of civil society in the wake of global economic crisis. Included in 1993 have included predictions about terrorism, economic collapse, and war. More recently, forecasting world fascism in the United States. Yeah, it's coming from the people you are palling around with. Okay. Tax revolts. Yeah, sure. Had long predicted global anti-Americanism, a failing economy, and immigration woes in the U.S. 2009, Celente predicted turmoil, which he described as Obamageddon. And he was a popular guest on conservative cable TV shows such as Fox News Sunday and Glenn Beck's TV show. Yeah, that's the bulwark of peaceful peace hawks, you know, those fucking pacifists over at Fox News. In April 2009, Celente wrote, "Wall Street controls our financial lives. The media manipulates our minds. These systems cannot be changed from within. There is no alternative. Without a revolution, these institutions will bankrupt the country, keep fighting failed wars, and start new ones. Small groups in small states and more self-sustaining communities will weather the crisis of style." He's a crank. He's just a crank. Oh my God, no way. Who could have thought? Gerald Nixon. Garland Nixon, I mean. Sorry. Isn't he... what? Wiki. No? DC radio station is a Russian agent, federal judge rules. Is a Russian state-owned media enterprise created by Vladimir Putin to advance Russian interest abroad. The Justice Department condemns. Garland. Oh. On Radio Sputnik. Yeah, okay, so he's a Russian propagandist. That's why I know who he is. Mike Tier, Libertarian Party president. I don't need to know him, do I? Let's do a quick wiki. He doesn't. He doesn't have his own Wikipedia. He's just mentioned in. He's just mentioned here. Oh my God, that is embarrassing. And Scott Ritter, we know that guy. Aaron Day. The Gold New Deal. I'm sure I'm gonna find some Nazi memorabilia if I snoop around his home, right? Still no Wikipedia, huh? That's otherwise. Oh my, no, I've never heard of this guy. Republican candidate? Oh, he supports crypto. He's a crypto bro. He's unvaxxed, of course. Gold, silver, yeah, because he's a libertarian. They love their gold standards. Okay. That's nice. He won the gubernatorial. No. Sorry, that's not him. Aaron Day. Why is he in this? He's not anywhere. There he is. Oh, for the Libertarian. He didn't even win the Libertarian Party's election for gubernatorial candidate. Oh, that's precious. That's precious. Nick Brana. I know that guy. People's Party. That's why. Still no wiki. People's Party. Brana. He's leader of People's Party. Jose Vega. That's him. Staffer for the SER for Senate campaign. And also a LaRouche activist since 2014. President and founder of Guinean American Legal Friends for Freedom. What is... No, I'm... So this is a...
General Langley, I have constituents that have been scattered across in insurrections or coups of him. Did we train and equip him?
What is... I need to translate. Congressman Matt Gaetz forces AFRICOM Commander Michael Langley to admit that the United States trained putschists in Africa. Watch until the end of the video. So this is a far-right group, I am assuming. I am confident in saying that this is a far-right group trying to influence Guinea to become more far-right, you know? That's my... because he doesn't live in Guinean. He lives in New York. But I still... Minus killed? Can I do that? Guinea filed an application into intuiting proceedings against the Democratic Republic of Congo in reply to disputes concerning serious violation of international law alleged to have been committed upon the person of Mr. Sadio, Guinean national. In its application, Guinea maintained that Mr. Sadio, a businessman of Guinean nationality, was unjustly imprisoned by the authorities of the Republic after being arrested in that state for 32 years. So it might not be him. Okay, or never mind. Nobody again. Like how is this going to be a linchpin of anything. Still no Wikipedia? Oh, wiki. Nope. Terry L. Strong. I don't know. Okay. A black pastor or reverend who is called by God, saved by grace through Jesus Christ. Always remember, blah, 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 blah. Terry Strong, give me some. This is going to be the linchpin, that the culmination of this movement to decouple nations from America by people nobody's heard of. African Methodist Episcopal Church. Okay. I mean, I'm not seeing a cure for being around the vaccinated. Now here we go.
The same. I'm getting though really, really nice. Yeah.
For Megan, I'm supposed to take these people serious? Is that what I'm supposed to be getting from this? The Nuremberg Code. Yeah. Oh my God. This is embarrassing. I am deeply embarrassed by, again, not even a Wikipedia page. These people are nobodies. I don't even know if this is the guy. Haitian, that's the Haitian presidential candidate. He has no Wikipedia. If I go Haiti Wiki, and I'll find elections. Let's go. Do we have? That's economy, government and politics, which is correct so far. But I mean, I want to see the next. Here we go. 2015, 2016, 2023. Do we have, here we have candidates. That's interesting. And Jude Ellie. I'm sorry. Who is this guy? Who is this Haitian presidential candidate that isn't even on the list on Wikipedia? Why isn't he on this list? Diploma and I'm guessing diplomat. If it's him, he hasn't tweeted in a long time. Haiti. I think it is him. Oh, wait. What's this? Administrative project manager at New York City Housing Authorities. Huh. Now that's interesting. That's the current member, blah, 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 Club International, blah, blah, and also about President of Salsa Federation Pupils of Haiti. No. It might not be him. Like, I don't. Oh. Here we go. No. Okay. Copy. free VPN. Free browser. I just hide me. Thank you. Not. I want a US VPN. Is that so much to? Is that too much to ask for? Wait, what did I see? Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I just want. Why? Why doesn't this have? I want to go outside of the EU. Because that's what's fucking me. But I can't. Without downloading. And I don't want to download. Chrome extension. Fine. Get it over it. United States. Thank you. We'll see. We'll see. We'll, you know what? We can, oh, here we go. So it is him. November 10th, 2022, Sir Gary Kong, founder of Global Hero Foundation USA, announced today Jude Ely, president of Canada for the next president of Haiti, will be our keynote speaker. So this dude is just living in the US, thinking, I'm going to be Haitian president. And they just are, oh, sure. He's not even registered. He's not even registered. Now, I'm not the most graphically gifted person to ever live. I wouldn't claim that. But I do know that yellow and green do not mix at all. That is not a good look. What the okay. With the support of alumni of Malta and the Association of Past Pupils of the Domenico Savio Institute of Haiti, the Salesians of Fort Liberté, under the leadership of this guy, delegate of the alumni, and Jude Ely, president of this organization, inaugurated a new computer lab that will help the youth of this community. Brian Merrill, president. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, okay. So again, they're just nobody. Grammy Award-winning record producer. Cool. Why? A Wikipedia page. How novel. Who has he produced? Best contemporary folk album. Ooh. And that's not even when 2001. When did Taylor Swift last country album? Really? Okay. Oh, when did Taylor Swift begin? Taylor discography. ...2006. So this was pre-Taylor Swift. That's why he won. But yeah, so he's had one Grammy for a I mean, it's misleading. It's misleading. Malcolm Byrne, Russia? Byrne Malcolm. Oh. Now he has, of course. Antiwar.com. Of course. What is this? A horse was killed by Israeli airstrike. Yeah. Fuck Israel. But it's strange how these people, they can never say something bad about Russia. It's very strange.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's who these people are that he's talking about here. That's who they are.
Yeah, of course.
Nobody.
Please.
Okay.
Literal nobody.
You and Steph too. You know,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Get Kurt in there. Get Mishka to send in a funny skit. That'd be great.
Oh, okay. Maybe we will do that. Okay. So that is August 6th. That's this Sunday. So that's this Sunday.
That's right. It's on the anniversary of the Hiroshima bombings.
Whoa.
Yeah, we've actually been leafleting for this event outside of the Oppenheimer showings at the AMC theaters. So we've been giving out leaflets for the rally every single day outside of the AMC theaters.
That's
People
smart.
who watch that movie should come to the rally.
Just like church did.
Okay,
did
You're
with,
not pro Nagasaki
Passion
though,
of the
right?
Christ.
Because there's Nagasaki's okay, but Hiroshima, that's where I draw the line.
Come see our live show.
So here's the thing. I expected gray zone dark money donors to launder their grants via many identical anonymous $100 donations, but it turns out the rumors about Roger Waters, George is his illegal name, bankrolling Moscow's pit tankies were true. This was for the gray zone. Roger Waters, 30,000. So this is just to gray zone adjacent people, you know. We're going to get to that. Here's more from this people of the LaRouchian types. Stuart Battle. Here he is supporting this rally. But August 4th, where is there a follow-up? How did it go? I want to know, actually. 11 hours ago. Okay, so he's been tweeting since August 8th. Here we go. Is this from the event, I think? Oh, Sabby Zabs. Our neighbors had black mold in her apartment and she died. That's sad. Oh, Jackson Hinkle, of course, because he's been on Jimmy Dore. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed. So we're gonna is this from that event? It's Diane Sayre. It's posted on the right date, but I'm not seeing the references to. No, this is not it. This is completely different thing. Nothing here. Nothing here. Nope. Oh, and Scott Ritter. It's nothing post the event. Leading up to the event, oh, there's a lot of things. What about this, Larouchian? Schiller Institute. Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's a link to her blog, I'm guessing, from the Schiller Institute. Again, Seymour Hirsch. Mm-hmm. August 8th, on this edition, Maverick News. Mm-hmm. August 8th. August 6th. No, was it August 6th, perhaps? You managed for... Did I take the wrong date, perhaps? Oh, because... Yeah, I took the wrong date. I'm sorry. That was me. That one was me. That one's on me. Why? Okay. Caleb Maupin. No way. Of course. The greatest minds of our generation is finally getting a linchpin moment where they can grow into what they're supposed to be. Revolutionaries, you know? Share this video of some August 6th peace rallies around the country. Okay, you sure. You can't make peace if you're not at war. You should know this. They are with 5 people and a guy in a suit who I don't know if that's a
Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China.
Oh, they must be so embarrassed. But this guy keeps following him.
Peace with Russia.
Is he a handler?
In the way.
Oh, that's Scott Ritter.
On how it could be best used. He says, you know, if you ignite the bomb at it, give it out, and they cut him off. They say it's okay, doctor. Go between 130,000.
Peace through development. We tried that. We have tried that. We have done that for decades by now. That's why we did the Nord Stream pipeline. That's why we've tried this. It hasn't worked.
250,000 people dead because
it works. This works great between democracies. That's why democracies don't attack each other. When you have a megalomaniac leader who is if not a outright dictator, as close as you can be without being one, it's obvious it doesn't work.
These bombs, but we don't know, and they did use it. 78 years ago today, the United States of America dropped.
Yep.
Nuclear war. I guess most of us here believe that nuclear war has never been really more of an imminent threat than it is today.
That's cap. That's cap. You can't say that when we've already dropped the bomb. Trust me, nuclear war was the most imminent just before they dropped the bomb. Okay? That's just fact.
So we're demanding, first of all, stop the war in Ukraine. Most of us, I think, want to dismantle NATO completely because we view NATO as the expansion of NATO as kind of the origin of the short-term threat that we face today, or at least have a totally renegotiated security architecture over Europe and Eurasia.
All right. Can you tell us why you're out here today? We're out here to
have a completely overhauling the security protections of Europe. Uh-huh. Oh my God, is that a Hitler mustache? Almost looks like a Hitler mustache.
protest what's going on in Ukraine.
It's really, really thick here. Like if he just removes them like he usually does on weekends, like that's his go-to party move, you know, on Fridays, like I'm Hitler, you know, that's his go-to party move. That's why it's so thick here and thin elsewhere.
Stop NATO's proxy war, because they're basically leading to World War III, and it's a situation that everyone should care about, no matter what your politics are.
I agree.
So we're just here to stand in solidarity with everyone else who's standing against this, because, you know, being workers in the Imperial Corps, it's really our duty to stand against this. stand with the people of Russia, with the people of Ukraine, with the people.
That's such a Marxist-Leninist way of speaking. Being a worker in the imperial core, you know, like
Donbass, and with people of the world, because it's in everyone's interest. The people of Russia, with the people of the imperial core, it's really our duty to stand against this. Stand with the people of Russia, with the people of Ukraine, with the people of the Donbass, and with people of the world.
You're standing with the people in Ukraine by opposing their attempt at democratization. Yeah, sure.
Because it's in everyone's interest to oppose this. You know, this conflict's in no one's interest besides the capitalists, besides the imperialists. So
besides Russia.
We're out here today to just say enough's enough, put an end to it. We are the movement for people's democracy, and we proudly support this message.
We're out here to try to prevent.
I don't fault normal people for looking at this and going, they just want peace. But they don't want Russia removed. That's the problem. They don't oppose Russia. That's the problem.
World War III. Yeah, we're getting closer to it every day, and
no, we're not.
Should be. I feel like a million people.
Here. This is such a bullshit argument. There is a statistically secure. There's a 0%. No. It is a statistically verified 0% chance that Russia will ever instigate World War III. If they did, China would immediately just drop them as a partner. India wouldn't support them either. North Korea, because China wouldn't allow it, wouldn't support them either. It would be suicide to be part of that allyship. Complete suicide. You stand no chance. You are hardly pushing back the counteroffensive from the what should we call them? The H team playing with our toy aging toys, you know, our military toys. They're like, oh my God, Russia is so strong. Look how well they are repelling the Westerners. No, it's just Ukrainians with some ammunition and a few tanks. You know, it's nothing special. Oh, you wanna instigate a world war? Boy, you don't know what's gonna hit you. It is gonna be the most ugly war for Russia in the history of the world. It's baffling that they think Russia would be crazy enough to even attempt nuclear war as an offensive measure. And they are so fucking stupid that they think caving to it is going to lead to peace. There's no way it's leading to peace. There's no way.
At this protest, but at least we're here, you know? It's a shame that this is the direction that we're headed, but this is where we are.
They just want to keep escalating and escalating, and all they want is war. And we're here because we don't want war.
Is this the Yankee Tanky replacement? Well, he's more cohesive at least.
And we want civilization to prosper and thrive.
The 78th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to stop a global Hiroshima. Is to keep us to negotiate to this war. 11 of them. We need to go to
Portland.
As Americans,
This is just like one kid.
But as people that deserve respect, good jobs, economic
What is he,
security,
15?
the ability to buy houses, our government doesn't
even?
care about Ukrainians. Our government does this, and it's not about peace, and it's not about human rights. It's actually about profits for a certain group of elite few. It's not
What?
about profits for
Wait, I need
a certain group of elite few. It's not about profits for a certain group of elite few.
certain group of elite few. Elite few. Elite Jew. Is it just a coincidence or is it a dog whistle?
It's not about
Well, they are Larouchians, so I mean...
bringing justice to the world. So we are pressing for peace. And we ask everyday Americans to join us in standing for peace and not buying into the propaganda and the lies that's sponsored by Lockheed Martin, these lies that are sponsored by
I feel bad for the kid.
weapons manufacturers. We know the media is controlled by the
This guy-
CIA, by the intelligence agencies that are owned by global monopoly powers, by weapons manufacturers, by those that plunder everyday Americans out of their homes.
Why do they zoom in
that
so
rip
much?
their
Who is
jobs
this
out
person
from
that
under
don't
them,
want
that
to
take
see?
their security and their economic peace of mind. This is all part of the same puzzle. So Americans, I call all of us to stand up. Your neighbor's not your enemy. Russia's not your enemy. China's not your enemy.
Russia is my enemy when they invade an ally.
Your enemies in Washington, they're working against you.
Oh, I don't. I can have multiple enemies.
To make you to believe these lies. So stand up, join with your neighbors, talk to people.
Oh, I feel bad.
Get informed. When does this conflict end? When did it start? It could have already ended. We had peace
I
treaties,
could have.
but there's people that don't want it to end.
So what's your name?
Hello, my name is Joe Jennings. I helped coordinate the rally that just concluded here in August. Bombing was foreign policy, population set, and militarily useless nuclear bombing of militarily 20 just concluded here in Houston today, sponsored by the umbrella group Humanity for Peace. This is August 6th, 20.
Humanity for Peace.
The anniversary of the horrific, genocidal, and militarily useless nuclear bombing of civilian population center, Hiroshima, Japan. It was an act of mass murder conducted by Harry Truman at the behest of Winston Churchill to establish Anglo-American dominance coming out of World War II. And that long-term policy has now caught up with us because their belief that increasing weapons to Ukraine, global South, the nations of Africa, Asia, and South America was fire advancement and development. And failing to do that, we will have a thermonuclear war. Those are your choices, not Republican versus Democrat. Out with us to establish.
They cut because he probably rambled, but I don't think it makes sense with the cut.
Anglo-American dominance coming out of World War II. And that long-term policy has now caught up with us because their belief that increasing weapons to Ukraine, global South, the nations of Africa, Asia, and South America was fire advancement. Increasing weapons to Ukraine, global South, the nations of Africa.
Increasing weapons to Ukraine will South the nations of
Asia and South America was fire advancement and development. And failing to do that, we will have a thermonuclear war. Those are your choices, not Republican versus Democrat, not red versus blue. And I think we're going to have to make that decision before the next election. So one does not have the option of simply holding one's breath and keeping one's fingers crossed and waiting for the good man.
Well, that's a big gap in that tooth. There's a lot of meats getting stuck there, I imagine.
You have to be the good man to bring about the change.
Right.
That's our message from Houston, Texas today. We take our little inspiration from Sam Houston,
cameraman is
who was commended by John F.
fantastic.
Kennedy in his book Profiles in Courage for being the Sam Houston.
Okay. So it was a complete disaster, it looks like. Complete disaster. The Schiller's. Oh, right. The Schiller Leonard Magazine, Arts and Spicecraft. Oh my God, I hate this already. What is this?
Thank you, Helga.
Oh, it's live even. Oh my God, it's live.
Thank you, Helga, for your response. And thank you, everybody, for your questions. And please join us next week for another webcast with Helga Zepp-LaRouche. Thank you, Helga. Thank you, Helga.
Yes, bye-bye till next week.
Oh, why are they?
The infrastructure and, all the other...
From
really formally...
Anniversary, absolutely disgusting event that never should have happened.
Wait. This is from the start. I can't go. If I go 1, I go here. If I go 0, I go to the start.
Absolutely disgusting event that...
Just mid-sentence. Okay, if I go to... I want to see... Is there a shot of the crowd, perhaps? No crowd shots?
That's nowhere.
Nothing? Are they changing the sides or is it just flipping the camera? Never mind. A little further down Parliament Street in Whitehall today, when we held a No to NATO rally on the 78th anniversary of the day the US infamously used an atomic bomb to raise the Japanese city Hiroshima. Why do you speak like that or type like that? There was a small pro-war gathering flying the Nazi Azov flag. I'm still not seeing... Oh, the dreaded, the linchpin of this entire movement, right here. These guys are this woman and this man is going to be the bulwarks of, I don't know, bringing about world peace, prosperity, and happiness. What is this? They're singing. How much can I stand? Oh my I'm too weak for this. So most people who are in the audience, it seems, were also also organizers, part of the organizing group. The exoneration of Lyndon LaRouche. I'm allergic to mushroom clouds. Oh, so funny. Oh, this is a live stream. Is it on Twitter where nobody can find it after it's happened? The worst platform ever. Who the fuck? Wait. Who?
Has to stand up for peace and truth. We need to form an
Jimmy
alliance.
Jerome. Okay. Jimmy Jerome.
As humanityforpeace.net. Join us on Humanity for
Hey,
Peace.
he has a Wikipedia. In German, it seems. Because of course. Can I... It's just in German. There's no language. Okay. Fine. So I have no idea who this guy is. He seems to have been in movies 100 years ago. Not even an image of him, okay? But that seems to be him. What if we go Russia? Jimmy Gerum. I think there's one weak spot, and that is the public opinion. In Europe, we have a special situation where part of the mainstream media is paid for by normal citizens because we have quite a good working public broadcast system. It is quite influenced by international powers. Our strategy is to network with German and international initiatives. We want to work with other independent journalists. Just imagine if we could challenge the hypocrisy by applying this pressure. Okay, that's all he said. I don't trust this international peace coalition. I don't trust his website either, to be fair. Whatever, he's a crank. Okay, cool.
Peace.net. We will organize worldwide actions and rallies on the 6th of August, the day of Hiroshima. We want...
He thought this was going out beforehand. This is a message to the crowds who's gathered, Jimmy.
To raise our voices worldwide, in every country, in every nation of the world. To raise our voices against war and nuclear escalation. Join us on Humanity for
This
Peace.
is a 1.5.
We have only one planet.
And he's still speaking too slowly.
And we will stand up for it.
This Sunday, August 6th, there will be an important peace rally held in New York at the Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza near the United Nations from 1 to 4 p.m.
This guy is.
The rally, called Humanity for Peace, is hosted by a
But who is he? What's his
coalition
name?
of 20 sponsoring organizations, literally
Of course.
ranging all the way from
Hi, this is Jimmy from Lighthouse
So let's
Germany,
go here
Media
instead.
Evolution Movement. Is the key.
Wait.
Hi, this is Jimmy from Lighthouse Germany, Media Evolution Movement.
Media Evolution Movement. Media Evolution Movement. Jimmy. What was it?
Every war.
Gerum. Or Gerum, I don't know. Oh. You'll never guess which institute he's the press secretary for Humanity for Peace Coalition, declared that every war is started with a lie. Apply it to Russia, please. And we must mount massive pressure from individual independent journalists to break through this the lies in the mainstream media. So that's who this guy is.
Begins with a line. Stand up, humanity, the day country relation.
and peace rally held in New York at the Dag Hammarskjöld Plaza near the United Nations from 1 to 4
this
p.m.
is Jimmy from
The
Lighthouse Germany.
Shut up.
rally, called Humanity for Peace, is
Zero
hosted by a
comments, of
coalition of 20 sponsoring organizations, literally ranging all the way from communists on the one hand to libertarians like me on the other, but none of whom are affiliated with the Democratic.
Oh, is that the libertarian candidate? Is that the guy? Is it? That's not it. Oh, never mind.
Republican parties, and most of whom have absolutely nothing to do with each other than a recognition that the nations of the world are heading in a dangerous direction in terms of the use of military power. I hope you'll join me there. I'll be addressing both the flaws in American policy as well as a path forward to peace and prosperity. After all, it's our government. Shouldn't its policies reflect our values and our interests?
It is.
Hi, everybody. It's Robert F. Kennedy.
We all know who
I
this
want to
guy
thank all
is.
of the organizers at Humanity for Peace for putting this conference together and for giving me the opportunity to address you.
These are
My
cranks.
uncle, John
These
F.
are
Kennedy, once
nobodies.
told
These
his
are
one of his two closest friends, Ben Bradley. who was
nobody is going to
editor
have
of the
taken
Washington
this
Bradley asked
rally
him on your
serious.
gravestone that
He thought it was a conference. Not even the organizers are able to communicate what it is to the people endorsing it.
that my uncle told him he kept the peace. And when Bradley questioned him on
That's all he has. My uncle, my uncle, my uncle. Yeah,
That
fuck
further
your
impressed
uncle.
him. My
He
uncle
died,
said
okay?
that the
Get over
primary job
it.
of the President of the United States is to keep the country out of war. And he succeeded in doing that during his 3 years in office. He never sent a combat soldier abroad to die. He kept the country out of Laos. He kept us out of Cuba on 2 occasions. He kept us out of Berlin in 1961. And he kept us out of Vietnam. He sent only 16,000 military advisors there, mainly Green Berets. And on October 22nd, they did. He asked, and that's 269
How much do you have to say? You can't speak. Why are you talking?
That is had to be victory. And my uncle left that meeting saying, and we call ourselves
My uncle. Oh, my uncle again.
Berlin Wall was this close.
Wait. My uncle again.
Hi, this is.
Shut up. Let's see here. How often does he mention uncle? My uncle. 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 I don't know. What am I? 15? 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 756. Uncle. 52, 53, 54, 55, 56. Nope. Above 50. Let's just above more than 50 people at times did he mention my uncle.
Cable saying, my back. He realized
that's all he has. That's the only credential he actually has. And it's not a credential.
Winter. That long freeze that follows the raging fire of humanity's last war. A cold and dead world. All that remains of a once lush oasis in the vast emptiness of space. We gather because we stand on the precipice of that future. A new ice age of our own making, where the ash of humanity blocks out the sun. Where the oceans freeze and the crops perish. Where the lights...
Who are you?
Against the generation so long.
Senator Dick Black.
We will not allow the life of this world to be extinguished.
I'm Senator Dick Black.
For our breath, we
retired.
Rick Black. Senator Rick Black. Dick Black. I don't know if that's the guy. Richard Hayden Black is an American politician and a Republican. He served as a member of the Virginia State Senate, representing the 13th District, which encompasses parts of both Loudoun and Prince blah, 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 or Middle Career, Vietnam. Come on, who did he kill? Who did he kill? Wait, Vietnam? Black served as a pilot in the U.S. Marines during the Vietnam War, earning the Purple Heart Medal, probably for killing a bunch of Vietnamese kids, I'm no doubt assuming. He flew 269 combat helicopter missions against people who only had AKs. I'm not really impressed. Okay, that's nothing in Vietnam. Come on, please. Judge Advocate General Corps, blah, blah, political Virginia House stage, Route 28 corridor improvement, Olenia Crawford, Virginia State, Syria, Syria. In April 2014, Black sent an official letter to Syrian President Bashar al-Assad thanking the Syrian Arab Army for its historic rescue of Christians in the Kalman mountain range, praising Assad for treating with respect all Christians and small community of Jews in Damascus, and stating it was obvious that the rebel side of the war was largely being fought by vicious war criminals linked to Al-Qaeda. Democratic State Senator A. Donald McKinney called the letter bizarre, while Republican State Senator Bill Stanley later joked, "What's the matter, Dick? Was Kim Jong-un not returning your text messages?" Oof! Oof! In 2015, Islamic State included Black in a list of its enemies, calling him the American Crusader. That's a badge of honor, to be fair. That's a badge of honor. It quoted the following statement by Black. "One thing is clear. If Damascus falls, the dreaded black and white flag of ISIS will fly over Damascus. Within the period of months after the fall of Damascus, Jordan will fall and Lebanon will fall." No. Why? "I think you will automatically see a beginning of a historic push of Islam towards Europe there's already been one. And I think ultimately Europe will be conquered. Ha! Sure thing, buddy. Oh, I'm starting to see. This is the guy they think is pro-peace, by the way. 2016, Black began a 3-day trip to Syria in support of its government. Explaining his trip in a series of Twitter exchanges with the Washington Post, Black wrote that the United States was allied with 2 of the most vile nations on earth. True, Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Yeah. And the other vile countries are Syria, Russia, China, North Korea, Brazil, actually, honestly. It's got some issues. There's a lot of vile. France is also a vile country. I mean, Syria isn't better, which are intent on imposing a Wahhabi fundamentalist government on the Syrian people. True, and I'm opposed to that because they don't need to. It's bad enough already. 2018, Black said on Arab TV channel Al Mayadeen that the British intelligence service MI6 was planning a false flag chemical attack on Syria, which it would then blame on the Syrian government. Medicaid expansion. Black introduced a budget amendment in General Assembly to prohibit Medicaid expansion without the legislature's approval. He led a conservative revolt against Medicaid expansion that inspired the Twitter hashtag Black or Bust. No. Say her name. It's Bernie or Bust, okay? 2014, McAuliffe announced that he would veto the Black or Bust amendment, but his attempted veto of the Black or Bust Medicaid amendment failed when his veto was ruled unlawful by the speaker. I don't know who this guy is even. Whatever. On Russian, he's made appearances on Russian, Israeli, and Chinese state-run and Hezbollah-affiliated media critiquing U.S. foreign policy. Oof. Yeah, he's not good, boys. He's not good.
I'm a retired colonel also. I was wounded in fierce fighting with 1st Marine Division in Vietnam. I'm worried about the reckless
and you were the bad guy.
This nation is following.
You specifically.
I encourage you to attend the Humanity for Peace rally in Manhattan, New York on August the 6th from 1 to 4 p.m. At this moment, no other nation on earth has become more warlike, more aggressive, or militaristic than our own. We've launched unprovoked wars against Serbia, Iraq, Libya, Syria, and Yemen.
All true.
They did nothing to hurt us. Yet
True.
we sent troops across the globe and killed millions of them.
Mm-hmm.
In 2014, we overthrew the government of Ukraine and installed a puppet regime of our own.
False.
Then 2 months after the war started,
I've asked for evidence since I started encountering these claims. I've said, okay, what's your evidence? Their evidence is, but look at this nation, look at that nation, look at what we did in Iraq, look at what we did in Afghanistan, look at what we did in Europe post World War II, look at what we did in Africa, look at what we did in South America, look at what we did in Cuba, blah, 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 blah. All of that, and I'm going, I know, I asked for proof about Ukraine. That the CIA... Oh, we have the phone call from Newland where she says, he's our guy about the opposition leader. Like, we support that guy. That's their proof. That's all they have. Oh, we support that guy. And? Okay, sure. Oh no. So this is amazing. Whenever, wherever, however, a revolution, a popular uprising by the people happens that happens to align with Western ideals, Western interests. CIA coup. No, CIA coup. Didn't happen that way. It's a CIA coup. They're being brainwashed. They're lying to you. It's a CIA coup. It's the best cop-out they've ever invented. It's just a CIA coup. That's all it is.
We blocked peace talks.
When I talk about how Russia is infiltrating European parties, funding far-right parties, I am not pulling that out of my ass. I have evidence. I have proof that they are doing that.
It had almost ended the war with very minimum bloodshed. We pushed Ukraine into a hopeless war that's turning them into a nation of widows and orphans. We're imposing a one-world government through brutal force.
it's almost like they're a poor waif in their underpants, you know? It's almost.
Profits. The global oligarchs, the kings, the princes, celebrities, bankers, media moguls, and the sons of influential politicians. They all gather at secretive conferences, places like Davos, Switzerland, to decide just how to enrich themselves.
It's so secretive that Greta Thunberg was invited and publicly spoke.
At the expense.
That's how secretive these meetings are. Now, of course, they're secret meetings. They're backdoor meetings. The one justification for that I have of our old system, I'm cold if you're wondering. It's we have the door open. Whatever. The one justification for the aristocracy. There you go. The one justification for it that I've heard that I can kind of understand is backdoor diplomacy. These people, because they're family with everyone, you know, they have gatherings where they can talk. They have so for anyone who's not a European, who doesn't, or even if you're European perhaps, and you live in a republic in Europe, you know, not a kingdom, maybe you don't understand this. I think if you're European, you should still understand this. If you're American or if you're Asian even, I don't think your cultural context is gonna give you an understanding. Maybe you've watched enough historical dramas or something where you can pick it up. Anyway, there is a way that they communicate which I don't understand. So I can hear class when someone speaks. I can see class in how someone dresses. I can feel class by the way someone looks at me. And they can see that I am not of class. They know that I am far, far, far away in the they are in the stratosphere while I'm on the earth, you know. They can sense that when I speak, how I look, how I dress, how I behave, how I interact with cutlery, how I eat my food, everything. You know, it's subtle, but it's there, and they are taught this from day one. If you watched The Crown, you've seen how the Queen gets special education. She didn't have a normal education. She had a very special, highly specialized education, because that's the type of education she needed at the time. So what I'm getting at is, what am I getting at? There was something I was getting at. What did he say?
Kings, the princes, celebrities, bankers, media.
Oh, right. So the one thing that I can justify these aristocrats with is backdoor diplomacy. I can't enter that world without being detected immediately. You know, they can. So they can communicate with people who are related to them or are in the same stratosphere, you know, cultural class stratosphere. So when he speaks here,
was war through the government of Ukraine and installed.
Oh, let me slow it down even.
Puppet regime of our own. Then 2 months after the war started, we blocked peace talks that had almost ended the war with very minimum of bloodshed. We pushed Ukraine into a hopeless war,
and these are all lies.
Into a nation of widows and orphans. We're imposing a one-world government through brutal force. Who profits? The global oligarchs, the kings, the princes, celebrities, bankers, media moguls, and the sons of influential politicians.
He's saying this. Oh, who profits from all of this? Oh, it's the people that always profits from everything we do. Like he's saying this like it's a nefarious secret that, oh, look what they don't want you to know that the people who profit are the people who always profit. Yeah, we know. They always profit. That's the point. This is you're trying to change the system by opposing defensive weapons. Weapons intended to be used to repel an invading force. You're opposing that because capitalism. These people will always, as long as we have the current social structures, these people will always and have always profited.
They all gather at secretive conferences, places like Davos, Switzerland.
Oh, right. That's where I came in. Of course, there are secret meetings in Davos. Of course, when big events happening, where political events, there's going to be a merger of all people who have global power, global influence, global reach. We have an event in Sweden every year that happens on Gotland, which is our most northern eastern island. It's the island in the middle of the Baltic Sea. Okay, no, stop that. What? Why isn't something happening? What is going on here? What is happening? So I can't. There we go. Something was fucking with me. I'm gonna. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the most northern. And the eastern? No, this is the most eastern. So this is Gotland. It is the most strategic position in the Baltic Sea. From here, if Russia has spoken openly about wanting to, take over Gotland, okay? Because of its strategic position, because from here they can both invade Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and have support from Gotland to shoot down Tallinn, Riga, and I don't even know if... Isn't that the capital? Yeah? I don't know what this country is, or this city is. But Riga and Tallinn, they could easily take down from here, or at least Riga. It's not perfect, but I mean, it's the place to be in the Baltic Sea, okay? It is our little paradise, to be frank. I've spoken about this before. I don't think I've shown images of it, really. Here we go. This is the old town of, the old medieval town. It's awesome, cool, amazing. This, if Russia invaded, this would be gone. The history would be completely lost. Look at these houses. It is said, I believe, Putin House Gotland. I think it's a comedy site. I was comedy site. Oh, but it looks like he does have land here. That's interesting. I'm guessing that he can't access that land at the moment. I hope he can't, at least. So these secret backdoor meetings. The reason I Gotland. Yeah, right. Gotland. It's called Almedalsveckan. That's it. Because Almedalen is a place in Gotland. It's a quite a lovely pond here. It's a nice central location in Gotland, in the town. And there, the politicians have speeches, and every party in government or in parliament, I mean, have their own day. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days of politics. 1 year. The year before I was there, because every 4 years it's much bigger, because it's election year. The Sweden Democrats, they had the last day, because this is lottery, I think. Their day was the last day where they hold speeches and they unveil their platforms often, stuff like that. 90% of vendors, 90% of people had left because it was only the Sweden Democrats left. You love to see it. You love to see it. That wouldn't happen again. Oh, I've been here. I know exactly where that is. I think Gotland is probably the most beautiful place in Sweden. It's up there, at least. It is absolutely up there. So during these weeks, the point I'm getting at by roundabout from hell is politicians during these weeks, important media influencers, think tanks, celebrities, they all gather there. And they all have secret meetings where they talk. And my point about the aristocracy is they meet these relatives or they meet these influential people at fancy-pantsy dinners, and they have secret meetings. They talk about diplomacy, they talk about yada, 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 stuff like that. And that's not nothing. That's not always a bad thing even, That's not always a bad thing. It's just how politics is done at this moment, because we are in a capitalist system. We are in a liberal democracy, and in liberal democracies, backdoor dealings are happening every time, every day, everywhere.
To decide just how to enrich themselves at the
expense. So my point is, he wants to upend, or he claims at least he wants to upend the system. I don't believe that for shit. But that's what he claims. And he wants to do that through a peace rally?
Of the voiceless mass.
We shouldn't have backroom dealings with Russia. Is that because that's the type of things celebrities, aristocrats, people like that, that's the type of thing they do.
Of humanity. But we've had enough of this. If you'd like to strike back, join the peace demonstration at the United Nations Plaza on August. And for
the reason why it's unnecessary is because the 6th of August marks the unnecessary bombing of Hiroshima. The reason why it's unnecessary is because the US...
BKPS. Who is BKPS? There we go. BKPS.ch. That's chicken. What am I looking at here? Give me a moment. I have been streaming for way too long. My girlfriend's been trying to reach me apparently. I'm almost done either way. So, so this is the group. I don't know, a German Swiss. About Us. What are you? Jason Bannier. Party Education. Ooh. Oh, that's. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's cute. Hobbies, music, YouTube, friends, reading, cooking, and dancing. He looks like a dancer, honestly. As a patriot, I see it as a duty to serve my country and my people. Now, I, as a leftist, as a democratic socialist, I don't give a shit about my country in that way. I am not a patriot. I care about the workers of the world. Now, granted, I can do most influence the place that I have most power is in Sweden, to be fair. But my reach, my goal isn't for my people. But he's He's Swiss. So, I mean, it comes with the territory. How much gold does he have from the Nazi Germans, Switzerland has given me a lot, and now I want to give back. Board of directors, I don't care about you. Dress code? Oh, what is this? What the fuck have I stumbled upon? And why are they so bad with design? What are you? Arbeit macht frei, I guess. So this is not in English. You're okay. So are you? I'm gonna say these are third positionists, which is Larouchian, which is Nazi, which is it is disgusting. No. Hankman does that. For one, consistent neutrality. Nope, wrong. I love this. They have like meetings in closed off rooms with 5 people inside. I am like, they look like Mormons. Can we do that? And Swiss. Can we get is there a wiki? Nope. Political party? In Sweden, that's not what I want. Nope. So, another nobody. Thank you.
Dropped bombs on Hiroshima until the Soviet Union ended the war. This historic example shows us that nuclear weapons are not a way of solving conflicts, but it is diplomacy that Americans would be nuclear working class humanity.
Wait. Okay, so here, Gerald Celente, publisher of Trent Journal, Mike, Jose Valga, Scott Ritter, the convicted pedo. No. Oh, that's the Haitian presidential candidate, Aaron Day. No, that's the Haitian presidential candidate. All right, it's that guy. Now I remember. Mohammed Salim Akhtar, American Muslim Alliance and the American Muslim Task Force on Civil Rights and Elections. Director of award-winning film 815 Hiroshima. When they say award-winning, what do they mean? 815 Hiroshima. Was that him? Okay, not that. From father to daughter. I don't want to go to your page about it, unless you have links, perhaps. Nashville Film Festival, Hiroshima International Film Festival, AAS Film Expo. I don't know what that is. Coming to PBS. Heffelfinger. About the book screenings, PBS filmmaker synopsis. No links to like IMDb or whatever. Nope, nothing. Okay. But hey, it's an award-winning film. Don't forget that. You know what that is. Oh,
hi, this is Jimmy from Lighthouse, Germany.
Why is it on loop? Okay, that's I have exhausted this subject. I feel like, God damn it. We're gonna watch that some other time. Before I leave, though. Wait. Just put a bow on it. These are the people who Russia spends money on. These are the propagandists that Russia thinks will get the job done. These people are delusional. They think they have a chance of doing jack shit. This is going to be the linchpin with which converges this movement that we're seeing through BRICS and Niger and I don't know. They're all cranks. They're all Nazis. And speaking of Nazis, here is... Now, we all know Jimmy Dore. We all know and love him. It's been a Jimmy Dore heavy show. I apologize
Came out
for
against...
Here is how Jimmy Dore talks about AOC not pushing harder for Medicare for all.
The Humanist Report came out against you. Kyle Kalinske just turned on you. AOC. Did you see that video? Guess who else? Crystal Ball. Guess who else? Jimmy Dore. Guess who else? Medea Benjamin. Cornell. Everybody sees through you. Everybody sees through you. Except your fucking sycophant DSA dickheads in fucking Brooklyn.
Strong words.
We see through you. Even my detractors see through you.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Everybody sees through the squad now. And why AOC? I'm telling they're pushing her out there because she's the most sympathetic. And so idiots can say, stop attacking her when she is standing between you and healthcare and protecting Nancy Pelosi and her career.
Mm-hmm.
Key organizing moments may look like random uprisings and viral internet moments to some, but they aren't. They are the results of years of targeting, organizing, and people's movements. This took 2 weeks. This took 2 weeks. This took 2
Okay, so AOC is saying, in the full context, grassroots organizing and pressure campaigns takes an insane amount of work and preparation. Correct. Key organizing moments may look like random uprisings and viral internet moments to some, but they aren't. They're a result of years of targeted organizing and people's movements aided by present... Something. It doesn't matter. She's right. Now, he's talking about forced to vote organizing and how they managed to do that in 2 weeks. And it's not a grassroots movement. People wanted to come see your fairly popular show. That's what happened. This has nothing to do with you whatever.
From someone who already went bankrupt from medical bills. It took 2 weeks. How long you been fucking working on this? I figured this out in 2 weeks, AOC.
Really?
You liar, you coward, you gaslighter, you standing in the way of people in healthcare. You run on healthcare and then you deny it to us. You dangle it in front of
present moment. She said present moment. I believe. A mom moment, I'm guessing.
Your fucking constituents.
Momentum.
And then
That's it. Momentum.
when you get there, you don't lift a fucking finger. And I'm the problem?
Yeah, you were the
Fuck
problem.
you. You already voted for the CARES Act. Fuck you. And fuck anybody who is protecting her. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
You just keep digging in deeper. The humanist.
Okay, so that's how he speaks about AOC, a young woman in Congress who he feels isn't pushing Medicare for all hard enough. Now, she is a vote in favor of Medicare for all. Like, if we can get enough of those people into Congress and the Senate, the push for Medicare for all is going to be better. It's going to be easier. It's going to be stronger. It's going to be do things, you know? Now, let's see what happened here. Why are we watching the RFK interview?
You would guarantee health care for everybody in America?
Well, my best option would be to do that. I don't think that you can.
His best option would be to do that. Oh, that's great. His best option is to do that.
Do that all at once. And I don't think, and I can tell you this.
I can't wait to hear Jimmy Dore just laying in on him. You know, this is his pinnacle. This is where he's best. This is where he gets angry. When people don't push for Medicare for all, when people don't push for universal health care, that's where he really gets angry. Let's just savor this. The calm before the storm, you know?
Think that you can do that all at once. And I don't think, and I can tell you this.
No, I want to go back further.
You would guarantee health care for everybody in America?
Well, my best option would be to do that. I don't think that you can do that all at once. And I don't think, and I can tell you this.
Look at him. Look how he's like, oh, I'm fuming over here. Can't wait for him to really just start giving it to RFK.
You know, that is a battle that I think is polarizing, and that is, you know, because the power of the pharmaceutical industry and the power of the medical cartel, that it's just, at this point, it's too much of a heavy lift. So, you know, you're never going to get.
It's too much of a heavy lift.
There's
wait.
At this point, it's too much of a heavy lift. So, you know, you're never going to get there. So,
we're never going to get there. Oh my God, Jimmy's going to be angry.
I'm going to focus on
I love angry
things
Jimmy.
that I can actually do, you know, and not promise people.
But you're the president. You can just snap your finger and it's done, you know.
That I'm not going to be able to do.
What about a public option?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, now we're bargaining. Now we're bargaining.
Oh, you're talking about that. You could do that. That's what you're saying, but you couldn't.
Well, no, I don't even know if you can get it to it.
Not even a public option. Not even
public option at this point with this Congress.
Oh, okay.
With this Congress, which is the same Congress that AOC has to deal with. She is in the. Okay. Wait, Jimmy. Wait.
Option.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're talking about that. You could do that. That's what you're saying, but you couldn't.
Well, no, I don't even know if you can get it to a public option at this point with this Congress.
Oh, okay.
But
Jimmy, where's the fire? Where's the passion? You're a fucking sellout if you're not supporting of blah blah blah. Where is that?
The choice would be,
but the overwhelming
would be to begin with a public option, and then, you know, Medicare.
You begin with a public option. That's right. You don't demand the cake. You demand the crumbs. Okay.
if Medicare for all would take years to work out the kinks to make sure that people like it, that it's popular.
No, you expand Medicare. You can have a 10-year period of expansion, perhaps. You know, maybe that's too far. A 4-year expansion period where every year you lower the age for 10 years until you get to like 20 and you geet.
That we're doing it right. You need to have a public option during that period anyway. Oh, you know, that's how I do it. I'm not running on that issue.
Oh,
because I'm what I'm running on are issues that I think every American is going to be able to get behind.
Jimmy Dore. There is no words I can say about how vile you are. There are no words that I can say about how much of a fucking hypocrite you are. It is baffling to me that anyone would ever take you seriously. It is baffling to me that you have managed to actually survive just life for this long. You are disgusting. You are a hypocrite of the highest order. Oh, fuck AOC. Oh, okay. Dude, there are two possibilities why you did this. Why you rail so fucking hard against AOC, and then you're just a soft little boy for Bobby Jr. Okay? There are two possibilities, maybe three, but two. The first one, you're just a virulent misogynist. Oh, she's a young girl, so I can, without repercussions, attack her because everyone's attacking her, so it's an easy target. It's a target with a lot of sights pointing at it, so I can disappear in the sea of harassment here. That's one. The other one is that you just like money. I think that's the most likely one, actually. You just like money, Lebowski. What else can it be? What else would make you behave this way? You want access to people in power. You have access to a lot of far right-wing people. And who supports Bobby Jr.? The far right. Not even centrist Republicans support him. It's far right Republicans. It's far right demagogues. Your friends who support him, and only them. Now that's a bit disgusting to me. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, this has been my longest stream, but I'm still feeling like I've got some energy. It's good to be back. I'm gonna stream more. I've been looking forward to this. I'm not gonna stream this long next time. I hope. But yeah, I want to try. I want to keep my streams shorter usually. So take care. It's great to be back. If you stay this long, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, do all that thing. And I'll see you guys next time, okay? Bye-bye.